Hey there, stream 275. I'm actually still setting up because I had to do some replacing of car batteries just now. And hey there, Nui. How are you doing? I got a little bit delayed by that, but the car battery is fixed, so this is good. I didn't even update the title of my stream. Let me do that right now. I just really just gonna increment the number. 275 sounds good to me. Oh, I don't have my featured chat up. Lean over and get my iPad here. Log into the iPad. And okay. Click. I'm waiting for the chat log to show up. Welcome to the chat room. Okay, there's the chat. Nice. Okay, cool. I'm at 100% charged because I plugged it in last night. All right, let me finish setting up here. I figure it's not that bad if I'm not done setting up because it takes people who want to watch my stream a while to arrive anyway. So we'll just be warming up. I guess you can think of it as this is my way of having the stream is about to start in 5 minutes, but rather than showing like a static screen with a countdown, I'm actually seeing me set up. Really, it's just getting all of the documentation in order. Copy a link to this page, tiny URL, paste, make, shortcut, copy to clipboard, try the clipboard out. Try the link out. Works, close, back here, save. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? There's the link, and now I gotta put it in 2 different places. Gotta put it in the today command. Update, and then I gotta put it in Discord. Pretty sure this is the final day, so this should be the final day of refactoring and building unit tests for my game's Lua scripts. And then the link. That's in order. I need to start the chatbot. So there it goes. Happy Friday, and Perry, how are you doing? Did you happen to see that Adam posted a picture of his desk and it was like spooky out of focus? Better in 55 minutes? Because in 55 minutes you're done with work, I'm assuming? Hang in there, and Perry, another 55 minutes, you'll make it. Let's see. I guess we kind of want to sit here and minimize that. This I copied from here and just removed the first 3 lines because that's what I got done with yesterday. So I just have the pathfinding and the core AI system to refactor and write tests for. So, am I missing anything else? I updated the stream title. I put the page together. I feel like I'm missing something. Glad you put Vaseline on the camera in case Adam tuned in. Is that what ruins the focus? I was guessing it couldn't focus because it's normally focusing on him and he's not there. So it's like looking at the center and maybe getting confused because there's a chair there, but there's also a wall behind it, and it's maybe not sure what to set the focal length to. Either that or the focus is just messed up because the way he remoted in changed the way the camera's initialized or something. Anyway, it was kind of funny but weirdly appropriate with Halloween. You could say that his setup was haunted. All right, that's the plan. Coming back to this, what we were looking at yesterday, it's just the pathfinding stuff, right? Guide, find, path. Why is it guide? Oh, wait, yeah, what? What? What calls that? Nothing calls that? Oh, I remember why. This is supposed to be used by the script I just wrote tests for. Yeah, the guide Lua is supposed to use this. I need to rename it though. It's got a paper catalog from Amazon. You didn't know that they still had those? Yeah, my wife still uses those. She likes to put that on the side of the refrigerator, and this is becomes a challenge sometimes because if a paper calendar is a paper, oh, you said paper catalog. Sorry, I thought that was paper calendar for some reason. I read catalog as calendar. A paper catalog from Amazon. Why would they have such a thing? Because you would imagine that it would be huge, unless it's like, is it a subset of Amazon? Maybe you're buying a lot of a certain item and they're giving you a catalog for that section of things you can get from Amazon. I don't know. But yeah, for some reason I thought you said paper calendar. And some people are amazed that they still make those, but they do, yeah. It's a holiday gift list. Maybe you buy too much, yeah. They're like, we got to go to our whales and get them to pay more and more money. Right? Amazon have never sent you a catalog. Maybe you just haven't bought enough in Perry. You got to spend more. Got to buy. Spend. And let's rename this NPC find path. Rename. And then do I want to put it into a script called NPC path? Yeah, maybe. Nothing has prices, just everything is tagged with what to search for. Well, yeah, if they put the prices in there, you just skip over them saying, oh, this costs money? That's too much money. But if they just show, they're just trying to lure you in. You're like, oh, yeah, that looks cool. I should buy that. And since they don't give you the price, you have this illusion in your head that it's just the thing and there's no cost until you look it up and then you see the price. I've noticed that in brick and mortar stores too a lot. They'll hide the prices. I think because they just want you to pick it up and take it to the register and figure once you get there, you're not going to want to bother to go back and find something else. You'd be like, oh, that's the price? Well, okay. Your shopping comes from there? Well, maybe you're just too frugal, Ann Perry. You got to buy more. You got to buy stuff you don't need. Preying on laziness, yeah. Yeah, I think that I would think that makes good business sense, but it's sort of evil. Okay. This goes with that, so let's move that to there. Attack directions looks like it got orphaned. Let me see if I can find where that might have went. That might have gone to NPC attack? Or, yeah. NPC aggression, maybe. No, it's NPC attack. Oh, I remember why this was taken out. Because instead of just picking directions to attack, it would figure out the target position directly. Just by seeing if it was... Yeah, okay, so this is obsolete then. This attack directions is obsolete. I can remove it. Okay, so then these go together in one script. New script, NPC path, paste. We'll turn... this cost. I'm wondering if I should put it into the context. I guess I'll leave it as a constant now. So function. So by the way, I don't know how many of you have like worked on like doing basic car maintenance, but today I learned that it's possible if you leave a car, in this case it's an RV, sitting and you don't start it for a few months, the moment you start it, there's a chance that it will blow up. And I don't mean like an explosive blow up. I mean like I heard a loud noise and then I managed to get it to start once. It cranked and started, but then I couldn't start it again. And even after jump starting it, couldn't start it from its own battery. Opened it up, took the battery out. Finally, there's a huge crack on the side, so it had like burst. I don't know if maybe that was a freak thing, or maybe that's just something you have to know that can happen. You knew that, but you don't drive a car. Yeah, so I learned today that you should try to keep your batteries charged. Otherwise, if you let them sit for months and they discharge, and you try to use them, they'll actually burst. Did not know that. So yeah, that was a big deal. Try to get the thing out, get a replacement, put it in, all that stuff. Still kind of tired from that. Yeah, well, I thought like just if I started it once every month or 2 months, it would be okay, but nope. Yeah, I thought that they would just die and then you'd have to recharge the battery, but I guess, I mean, I'm not an expert in batteries, but I guess if you let the voltage go too low for too long, it ruins it. Hey there, Samuel, how are you doing? All right, I'm going to be writing a unit test for this. This is the script in my game that, given an NPC and their position and a given waypoint that they're going towards, it takes this it uses this cost function and this A-star pathfinding algorithm to find a step-by-step path for the NPC to follow and returns it. So we're going to make a unit test for that. Don't they normally suggest you disconnect the battery when a car is sat there? Got 2 recommendations from the auto parts store. Either disconnect the battery at the positive terminal, or was it negative? Now I can't remember. I'll have to look it up. Disconnect one of the terminals of the battery, or the second option is you have a trickle charger. So something you just set up. If your car is sitting next to your house or your garage in your garage or whatever, it would just like put in a little charge over time. Is it the negative? Disconnect the negative? Yeah, but why? They never explain why. There must be a good reason. It makes more logical sense. I mean, I did get a degree in electrical engineering, and it makes sense to me you disconnect the positive because negative is the ground, right? But I haven't used my electrical engineering knowledge in 20 years, so maybe I've forgotten why. Because you don't want that positive hitting the ground. You don't want the positive hitting the ground. Sure, but why does it matter which one you disconnect first? And if the positive cable hits the ground, then what's the big deal? It would be the positive terminal of the battery hitting the ground, and that thing is stuck onto the battery. I don't know. We'll have to look up. You're probably right, and I just don't, my brain is not wrapped around it well enough. But enough talk about batteries. I did think briefly after the fact of maybe I should have live streamed myself replacing the battery. Then I thought, well, I don't have a nice tripod set up to do that yet. And I don't know if anyone will want to see me replace a battery. Okay, NPC path test Lua. Let's just take this one and paste it here. NPC path and blank this out. And let's make this match this. This is not that one. Not that one either. This one. Find path. Okay. So, how many paths to this are there? There's really just one. And it's going to call test NPC move to entity. And it's going to call find path. And that's it. I wonder if I mocked that already or not. No, I do not. I did not mock it yet. All right, so I'm going to need to mock that. Equals function, entity and depth. And I'm going to need to mock game find path. Function. Car batteries store an enormous amount of energy. And optimized to deliver it in a very short period of time. A shortened car battery can easily deliver several hundred amps. Sure. I just don't, in my head, I don't get, I don't see the scenario where disconnecting the positive leads first I mean, the negative lead first would be a problem. No, the other way around. Disconnecting the positive lead first. But I admit I don't know that much. I'm not very an imaginative person. So this would be zone. Position. Oh, the waypoint is the name of a waypoint. So it's assumed that it's in the NPC's waypoints. Okay, so goal, I guess. And then cost function, heuristic function, and max cost. All right, so we're going to end up calling that test context, arrange. Okay, local test because if the positive touches any middle, then it'd be a short. A short, but it wouldn't short the battery, would it? I'll have to read more about it. Maybe watch a YouTube video where someone actually does it wrong and gets and you know, one of those fail videos. Like, oh, okay, that's what not to do. I learned best from those, watching the fail videos. I'm like, oh, these are the stupid things people can do. Let me make sure I never do that. Just imagine putting myself in their shoes and like, okay, if I did that stupid thing, this is what would happen. Okay, I need a caps. And caps is, I think is it used at all? It's not used at all, look at that. We don't need it. Boom, it's gone. NPC. NPC is used where? To get the waypoints out. So NPC will have waypoints, which is another table, and it'll be indexed by a waypoint. So let's have two. I wonder if I could just define, all these are constant, right? No, waypoint is changed. But nothing's stored back into here, so I can take this and move it to here. And just set like NPC waypoint equals goal 1 or something. In some cases, certainly better learning from someone else rather than your own mistake. I just imagine that I'm doing that stupid thing, and then like I live vicariously through that. And you can find anything on YouTube these days. So I'm sure if I went to YouTube and searched for how not to replace a battery, I'll find like probably like 7 or 8 videos of the different things that could go wrong. All right. And you need a... Okay, that's it for context, actually. NPC position. Position. I don't have position yet. Position is used for what? For the... It's broken out by zones. I need a X, Y, and Z. X equals 2, Y equals 4, Z is 42. Make them different numbers so that we check that they're past a fine path. Is that it? Waypoint? No, that's the waypoint. So I should have like goal 1 equals, and then what is the waypoint used for? It's just past a fine path, so I can put whatever I want. I can say goal 1 equals foo. Goal 2 equals bar. So let's call it twice. Goal 2. There's something sneaky in here. We're testing this overall function, but to test this part of it, since it's a local function and we can only test it when find path is called, I'll need to call that. I basically have to unit test that separately, unless either that or maybe I can pull it out and test it separately. Actually, I think I like that idea. Yeah, let's pull this out. NPC guide, NPC guide cost. I'm gonna leave it like that. It's just a function. It's a function though. Oh, I need to be careful and see if it captures anything. It does. Okay. But I can, hold on, let me think about this. I can pass that in a roundabout way. It's after waypoint where it's used. Okay. So I can just do local NPC guide cost. Let me rename this one. NPC cost. Actually, let's leave that name the way it is and call this NPC guide cost with context. This function that, which just forwards to that. Return that context and then all the arguments. Context. Cool, and then I can mock this one. All right. Okay, so find path can do some checking for us. Moon unit expect equal test context position Z for zone. And then X should be in position 1. And Y should be what's in position 2. Ah, can't type. All right, and then let's call this results. Local results. Let's break this up into 2 pieces. Comment each one. Find a path towards the first goal. Get back a path. Find a path towards the second goal. Fail to get a path. Right, because find path... If it can't find a path within the max cost... Actually, I need to look up and see what it does. I don't remember now. It's an empty path. Okay, so... How is that wrapped? An empty table is what we get back. If the path is empty, there's no steps. Okay. So we want this one to return something different for each one, right? Actually, does it really matter? It's just going to blindly put them into a JSON array. Well, a table of JSON arrays. And this, it's debatable whether or not I need to do this in the first place, actually. Yeah, this, it doesn't matter, right? I just need to make sure that we get to different, that the goal is passed in. So yeah, what am I doing? I don't need this. Let's just say goal. And we'll have one act, and it's just goal. And what happens if the waypoint is not in the list? It'll be nil. We're not going to test that. That's not valid. If it was, I'll just get nil to this thing. And what would actually that do? What would that do if it was nil? Which argument is that? 1, 2, it's the third argument. So number 4, because the first argument self, ending position. So if ending position is nil, I think Lua len will return, will throw an error, right? Because you can't take the length of a nil. So we'll just get a Lua error thrown. That's fine. Okay, cool. So this returns something, right? So local path equals, so moon unit expect equal. What is the path going to have? It's a list of JSON arrays of checkpoints, I guess. This one. Right. It's going to be tuples. Let me verify the way it's used. NPC find path. Not there. Right here. No, not there either. Right, it's put into path. And how is path used? Oh, I remember this. It's this part here where we're looking at the checkpoint. Raw checkpoint. Right, so it's treated as a tuple. X, Y. Okay, got it. So easy peasy. So we can just make it tuple. I can put whatever actually doesn't, this function doesn't actually care what it returns as long as it's an array of somethings, right? Well, an array of arrays. Okay, got it. So let's just make one. Local test path equals some array of tuple of arrays. So 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. So we will expect the test path to be given back from the path. Actually, hold on. It's not. This is the test path in. The test path out will be each of these is JSON. Well, each of these is a JSON.array. So expect the output path for path. This should return test path in. We can also check to make sure the goal is what we expect, and the position too. Expect equal a tuple test context position. Hold on, I already did the position. The goal is foo. Well, test context dot npc dot waypoints and test context dot npc test context dot waypoint. Actually, there's no reason for me to do it down here, is there? And then we're only doing this once, so I can do that. Actually, do I even need results? I don't need results. Goal. Cost function. I think the way we test this is we call it and make sure that it's just given the text context. So we will do what exactly? Oh, we're just going to call it, right? Call it and expect the context to be added to it. So cost function and then a start tile entity. Okay, it doesn't really matter, just pass through, right? So bar baz 100. Or I guess we're supposed to pass through max cost, right? Oh wait, we can make sure that it's this variable. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? How do I test these kinds of constants? Make sure it's a number. And end up just passing it along. So moon unit expect actually I guess I could do it inside of here. Let me think about this. Yeah, I can just do this. Expect test context to be context. Expect bar for starting tile entities. Baz for ending tile entities. And here I can check the cost, so expect equal number for a type of max cost. Okay, what do we check for heuristic function? It's whatever we pass in. No, it's not. Where did I define that? Oh, it's a global. Okay. Gotta mock that too then. Why did I put it there? Why did I put the cost here and the heuristic there? They should probably go together, right? Is it because the heuristic function is used in more than one place? No. This ought to go with the cost function, right? Yeah, I don't know why I put it there. But we'll move it in a second. We need to mock it right now. Right. Or actually, we're mocking both of these. Hold on, is it doing the same thing? No, it's just pass. No, wait a minute. Oh, that one is not capturing context. That's why I didn't have that problem before. This isn't using the context at all. Okay, so I don't need to have this weird wrapper. Keep jumping around, sorry. This wrapper is not needed for heuristic because the context doesn't need to be applied to it or bound to it. So we're just gonna test these same things are there. All right. I hardly ever have to do that, but I had to talk to someone really briefly to say the answer to a question. I didn't want to show up on stream. In the past, I've had to use that when the dog barks a lot, but usually now I hardly ever need to use it. Whatever else do I need to do? We're checking max cost. It's just going to be some constant. Okay, I think this is fine. Time to run it. Oh, I didn't mock that one yet, did I? Shoot. Oh, we don't need to. Not until we test that thing. So that's actually another test we'll do in a moment. That's a test for NPC guide cost. That needs that needs this mock. So we'll get to that in a minute. The answer was no. No, the answer was buy. It just feels weird to be talking to someone in the room while I'm streaming. So I mute myself or hide the camera and mute the mic and then interact with the person in the room and then go back to the stream. Attempt to index a nil value field NPC. Line 41. That one. Oh, right. Try again. Guide cost. Actual was bar. Expected a table. Okay, so it got bar there. Wait a minute. Oh. That should be there. Cool. Let's work on this one next. The cost function. Let me steal from where in the guide where I tested the heuristic function. So the cost function and the heuristic function are pretty close together, right? The cost function also takes, hold on. Oh, it has a max cost at the end, and this didn't. Okay, and it doesn't need to have Manhattan distance because it doesn't deal in that. It is just delegating to that a movement check. And it's going to either return 1 or max cost. Or 0, right? So the 3 pathways through it. 0, 1, or max cost. So I need to mock this one. Well, I already had that, right? Let's move this one down to there. Let's, instead of calling it start entity, let's call it permitted entity. And we'll call this one denied entity. And then we'll call this one pass entity. Hey there, horse tour. How difficult, time consuming might... Hold on. We'll feature your chat there. How difficult and time consuming might be to code AI to move based on what he needs, what he sees to kind of look natural. I think it depends on the context, like what kind of game you're talking about, and whether it's like 2D or 3D, that kind of thing. So my game is 2D. Oops, I don't have a view of it. No, I do. So this is my game. To make the NPCs in this game move realistic, it's a lot simple. You're talking about an FPS in 3D. I think that would be a lot more difficult and time consuming, and I don't know if I would be able to do it. So to make something look natural implies that more than just like moving from one place to another. You also have to have the, like, if it's a character model, you have to have the arm swing correctly. Natural could also mean you should have realistic muscle movements in things that aren't related to movement. If you're just settling on between 2 points with interruptions, the same core concept of pathfinding would be the same. So you'd have, in your 3D environment, you'd have your starting position and your ending position, and there might be obstacles in the way, so you'd still use the same algorithm, to find a, it's like in this case for the 2D, it's the path is if you're going from where George is to this exit here, it's to go right, then up, right, down, left, up, left, down, right. So in a 3D environment, it would be similar, only instead of 2D coordinate system and obstacles, you'd have it in 3D. But you still run the same algorithm. The algorithm would find a pathway from one place to the other, and then it's just a matter of having your model go from, follow the breadcrumbs, so to speak, follow the checkpoints from one to the other until it gets to the end. So it would work the same way. The most difficult part to make it look natural. For me, it's easy because this is very rudimentary and crude graphics. For something with 3D models, a lot harder. Yeah, so you'd have to have a lot of knowledge of the 3D rendering model system that you're using. And if you're using something like Unity or Unreal, it probably already comes with a pathfinding algorithm. Yeah, so Unreal probably already has a pathfinding function in it somewhere. So just check that out. All you have to do is let the AI hear sounds and locate them. So hearing sounds and locating them, I think it would be similar to how I want George to find his enemies. Right now, it's very crude. It's a Manhattan distance. He does basically an outward search, like a flood fill. And he says, oh, there's an enemy there. Let me go chase it. But he can't get to it, right? So I'm going to be replacing that with a modified Dijkstra's algorithm where instead of finding a path to that enemy, it basically searches and figures out what are all the paths within a max cost of, say, 5. And so it would find the squares to his left and the squares to his right and perhaps some of them up this corridor, and it would stop because anything beyond that is too costly to reach. And it would be kind of like a flood fill with barriers accounted for, is another way of looking at it. So it would fill the corridor but not go into the water because he can't move there. And then if while filling that you intercept one of these guys, it would be like sensing them. And so I think you could do the sound thing the same way. If you would define what in your scene blocks sound and what in your scene might enhance sound, right? And then those barriers and enhancements to sound would play into the cost function that you use with the pathfinding. You'd use the variant of the pathfinding function that instead of returning one path like this thing does, it would return a map of all things that you could path to. And then you look at each one of those and see, is there an enemy in any of those places? If so, then your character can hear them. Been some little stuff when you're young and having fun with Tibia servers? Interesting. Lua hasn't really changed that much, I guess. It's still really just numbers, strings, functions. This syntax is really just it's just calling a function where that is the first argument, so it's the equivalent of, if I could type today, of doing that. This is just a table lookup. It's looking up, this is the table, this is the key, get the value. And then parentheses means the value is expected to be a function, and here are its arguments, right? A function, I think, has always been a first-class type, so you can make a function and pass it as a value to another function. I don't think Lua itself has changed that much. They just added a little bit of syntactic sugar here and there, I think. All right. Right, if I have defined these entities, and to mock this test, I was just going to keep it simple. We should define a context. And just make sure that the context is the test context. Spect equal test context. And I don't think we're going to care about the depth, are we? Oh, wait. These aren't just numbers, they are tables with entity and depth in them. So let's enhance that. Let's say entity equals depth equals, I don't know, let's just, oops, I closed it too early. Let's just put different numbers in here, and then we'll just expect that the depths are correct. You don't think there were even functions? These for table of items to find their IDs. Oh, okay. Well, there are functions now. And a function is just another kind of value in Lua that it's just a value that you can call to just like any other programming language. Yeah, what's really cool is you can assign them to variables and then pass them around. So you can have functions that return functions. You can have functions that are given functions to call back. So it's quite powerful, the functional programming aspect of it. I think we're going to do if entity is the permitted entity. Let me abbreviate this, I think. Permitted.entity. Then moon unit expect equal permitted depth for the depth. And return... Oh, I haven't... Oh, I see. It's a tuple, so we'll return true, false. Else if it is denied entity, should be the denied depth, return false, true. And then there's one more. Actually, let's just do an else. Moon unit expect equal pass entity for entity. And pass depth for depth, then return false, false. And there we go. Has the performance? It's okay if you don't call it in a tight loop. It gets better if you use LuaJIT. So you might want to look, if you're going to consider using Lua for performance, look up Lua, I just spelled it, LuaJIT. So it's a just-in-time compiler for Lua. And if it's pure Lua, it's supposedly very fast. I found that if you use LuaJIT and you still call back into C, it gets slowed down anyway by every time you make a call from Lua back into C, it slows down, and it was a wash for me in the end. But yeah, pure Lua, look into LuaJIT. Do FPS for your diploma, but not sure if games is what you want to do for a living? Ooh, yeah. You might have to do some soul searching. Figure out what you want to do for a living, and if it's not games, then there are lots of related things you could use your knowledge you've picked up so far to apply to, like other kinds of computing or web development. Yeah, but it's very important to decide what you want. If you end up getting a diploma or a job in something you don't want, then it can be kind of difficult to stay motivated. Definitely not web dev. Okay. Well, one good thing is if you know what you don't want to do, then by successive elimination, what you're left with after you remove everything you don't want would be things to look into doing. But yeah, a lot of skills in game dev are applicable into other things. Just have to decide what you want. Expect... Okay, that was copied from somewhere else. This is path test. Oh no, sorry, this is the correct function, right? Hold on, I'm getting confused. Yes. We're going to get a cost. We're going to call it 3 times, actually. Yeah, so, I don't really need this. We don't need this either. You can work on some 3D software, but there's like a lack of skills you don't know. OpenGL. Yeah, but you could pick up OpenGL and DirectX. I picked those up in like 2 or 3 months. And then while you're looking into it, you'll figure out if you like it or not. Maybe you look into it and you don't like it. But the OpenGL DirectX, they're really just libraries for doing 3D graphics. They're not that complicated. Hold on. I need to let a dog out. My apologies. I will be back in like 30 seconds or less. Who let the dog out? Raimu let the dog out. Dog will want to get let in a few minutes, but that's okay. Okay, we set up 3, I guess, entities, although the word entity is sort of confusing here. This is an entity with depth, really. Who let the dogs out? Raimu let the dogs out. Right, so does this even use... It doesn't even use starting tile entities. Do we even need that then? Let's remove that. I don't think this is actually needed. We're wrapping it, right? So I can just in the wrapper not use it. Let's actually run this to make sure that didn't break it. It does break it. Oh, we're on the wrong one. No, that's right. Oh. The line numbers are messed up. Need to reload. Find path. Right, because this is not passed. Cool. This is why we have unit tests. Started some OpenGL, but you have no time for it right now as you focus on your diploma. You only want to create some Qt program, so you have to have something else to show when applying for a job. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Just make sure you're applying for a job you want. If you're not sure, then yeah, I don't know what to say. If you need a job, you need a job. I guess one way to look at it is the job doesn't need to be forever. So you could be applying for a job now, get a job, and then with the time you have, look into other things like 3D software and see if it's something you like. And if it's something you like, you can get a job closer to what you want using that stuff that you pick up. Go software? Okay. I don't know anything about Go, but I hear it's a good language. People like it. Or are you talking about just going software? Go is ambiguous because it's also the name of a programming language. Yeah, I hope you get hired too. I think with a good attitude and if you're self-driven, then and you just stay motivated, C++, nice. I think you'll get a job. Just make sure you're motivated, stay positive, and do all of the basic things that everyone should do during job interviews to sell yourself the best that you can and expect to not get the first few jobs, but eventually get one. And not let it get you down when you fail. Really want to get learned, and once you get somewhat learned, you will dig things yourself and learn yourself. Sure. And like in the first job or two you'll probably learn a lot. They'll probably, if they don't train you on the job, you'll be forced to figure it out yourself, if nothing else, and you'll learn a lot. Including whether or not you really like that job, I guess. Okay. Keep getting sidetracked. Yeah. We're going to want to call guide cost. We no longer have to deal with... Right, okay, yeah. We're only dealing with ending entities. So it's different situations where we can deal with, right? Max cost is just something that's returned. Okay, cool. So we can just do this... let's do one where it's 0. And the cost will be test context. What's the context used for? It's just passed through. And I already have an expectation it's the same. Oh, guess who wants back in right now? I'll be right back. Sorry, I slipped because I was going to show you the dog, and the dog is kind of energetic. Say hello. Say hello, doggy. She did not like me picking her up like that. I had to do a stream reveal, though. She's interrupting the stream to get let in and out. That's our doggy. All right. She's like, why are you picking me up? Why? What? Put me down. Put me down. Okay. Test context, and then the ending entities is a list. So, yeah, let's try empty list. And max cost doesn't matter. Okay. So we're going to have several of these kinds of things. So one will be if the pass entity is there, and if the pass entity is there multiple times, right? You missed the dog. Aw. You might have to look at the VOD. It was only for like maybe 5 or 10 seconds. And she's already... I don't want to pick her up again. She hates being picked up like that. You'll have to look at the VOD. Maybe someone could clip it. Alright. Let's expect 1 for a permitted. And we should also expect 1 if it's pass and then permitted. And also a 1 if it's a permitted and then a denied underneath. Because it should stop at the permitted one. Right? And then expect 100 for either a denied or a pass and then a denied, or a pass denied permitted, because the order matters. And let's play with these numbers here. We'll do a 2, a 3, and a 4. No, the game's not pure, Lua. You can't hear. Hey there, Frosty. You can't hear me say hey, but hi. Hi. The game is not pure, Lua. The game is 3 different languages, so it's multiplayer online, so the client that everyone is sort of downloading to play, it's in browser, so it's all JavaScript. So through WebSockets, the JavaScript connects to the actual game servers, and they are mostly running C++ for most of the game engine. And then on top of the game engine are several scripts, like the one we're working on today. And they're mostly to control what things like the NPCs do, but also things like any kind of mechanical stuff like giving items to players or healing characters or dropping loot into the game, that kind of thing, teleporting to save points. So different random mechanics are written in Lua. Oh, you got it? Well, thank you, Travix. Thank you for the clip. The doggy. The reason why I used Lua and didn't just make the backend completely C++ is just to make it easy to change the game logic on the fly. So my idea for now is the parts of the game that are done and won't change, C++. The ones that are still under, evolution, do it in Lua because it's a lot easier with a scripting language to just change the script on the fly, and they don't have to recompile, I don't have to take the server program offline or deal with loadable modules or anything like that. Oh, you know what? I forgot to wave to some people. I forgot to say hi to Travix. I gave you a point, but I didn't say hi. Also, Horsetar. I forgot to say hi. We were talking about jobs in C++ and stuff like that, and I forgot to say hi. And once finalized moving it to C++, maybe. It would have to be where it really isn't going to change anymore. There might be an intermediate step where I might move it to C++, but have a loadable module system in place where I would still have to recompile something. So on occasion, I would have to recompile it, but then I would be able to load it into the game without taking the game offline. You never know, something might change. Yeah, so maybe I'll keep it in Lua forever. A reason why I would keep it Lua is if it doesn't take a whole lot of performance anyway, why bother? If I need more performance in the server, though, I might be tempted to port stuff to Lua if it becomes a bottle. I mean, port stuff to C++ if it becomes a bottleneck because it's just simply faster to skip the script interpretation step, just have it compiled. So the question came up a few streams ago, I think. What percentage of the game is Lua? I think it came down to like roughly 10%. So 90% of the back end of the server is C++, and a lot of it's just supporting infrastructure, all the net code, the data management, the replication of state between servers, all that's in C++. But then more and more of the game now is in Lua because I wanted to keep it flexible. All right, we're going to run this. And it's going to pass first chance. I hate it when that happens, so I'm going to make it fail on purpose to make sure it's failing correctly. Okay, cool. So that was easy. Let's run all the Lewis scripts. Yep. How long does it take to run them all now? 222 milliseconds. So that's the pathfinding stuff. So it's just the core system that's left, right? Right, this and this. Okay, cool. So 2 things left. You have 2 game ideas sitting in your head, but you'll work on them as a hobby? That's what I did. What I found out, Horsetar, hobby work will go fine if it's small, but if it's a big project, you might take years and years and never really get to the end, unless you like block out some large amount of time, like a couple months, to get it hammered out. So it's up to you. If it's something that you want to finish quickly, making it a hobby while getting a job is kind of tough. But if it's a small thing, or if you don't mind it taking years to work on as a side project, a hobby is just fine. In fact, that will allow you to work and at the same time continue to explore if it's if your hobby is something you want to eventually get a job in. Game dev won't ever end? I don't think so. You have to be careful if you're getting into game dev, though. If it's just a hobby, pick something small that you can do. Something like what I'm doing. I would not be able to do this as a hobby and actually get something done before the end of my life. So something big, you'll want to dedicate time, maybe even gather other people to work on it with you. Oh, George is getting some action there. And he left some loot. Okay. There's an interval. And what's this cooldown? Did that get leaked? No, it's used there. So there's an action cooldown. Oh, right. Okay, okay, cool. There's some debugging code I can get rid of too. Yeah, you could do that. Make a game like a little fighter, but make something that's like, I would suggest make something small to begin with, and like once you finish it, then you can make it bigger. So like, for example, I would not make it competitive at first. I would just make it single player, get something working, then add multiplayer, then make it competitive, like in different steps. Because it's really hard to make a complete system from scratch. It's easier to make it step by step. All right. Function? Do we want to call it NPC act? I think so. This was just to remove some old code. I can get rid of that now, right? I think it's safe to just delete that now. So then we just have 2 functions, right? We have the system, and then we have the act, which the system invokes for every NPC after it's collected some cache information and built a context. All right. The thing that holds you back is your 2D skills. You would have to make 3D characters and then render them flat. So what 2D skills do you mean? Because 2D is really just 3D with everything squashed down all into a plane, right? Painting characters. You mean the artwork? Yeah, me too. 3D's easier. Well, yeah. If you had a technique to take a 3D model and just squash it to 2D, I mean, there are tools out there that'll do that. But yeah, that stuff is hard for me too. All right, I need to make a script for this, right? PC AI test. AI, and the first one will be NPC act. And the second one will be NPC AI. Which one will be easier to test? Act or AI? What is this doing? It's building a context, calling it. If it returns true, set a next action time. Oh, this is old code to remove the cooldown thing. There's a bunch of things we gotta test here. Thank you for that follow. Right, and then turning the delta into modify component delta. So there's a bunch of stuff to test there. Okay, see you, Horse Tower. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you had fun. It was great to have you in chat. I'm trying to decide which function I want to tackle first. This just does a bunch of stuff, doesn't it? Yeah, let's do the AI one first. I'm scared to do the act one. Okay, so some of the stuff like if it's not update then return early, actually I can make that a little bit cleaner already. Was it movement? No. Regen? Right, we can do that and then right. This, right here. We can say if it's not equal to return n, and then we can unindent all of this. Reduce the pyramid size a little bit, right? Right, we can turn the logic around here too. If it's not 0 and it's less than, I know it said greater than, it should have been greater than or equal to, because less than its return, and then we unindent the rest of it, right? Get rid of another level of ends. Okay. Should we document this first part? Only handle update events, and only once per system interval. That's what that does. Build a cache. So it's going to look up the player component of every. It's actually going to look up every player component and run this function on it. It's looking for all living players. Actually, is this a bug? Because it's, oh no, right. It has to get their position component, and if they're marked as gone, then we ignore it too. So it's looking up all players, ignoring the ones that are dead or gone. Everything else putting it into a cache. And I'm assuming that that cache is put into the context so we can check it later. Yep, alright. Alright. Hold on. I'm looking at the wrong screen here. There we go. Figured out where I was looking. So let's set up some players. Game components player. Actually, let's get some entities. Let's say dead player is 10. Gone player is 11. And active player is 12. So the dead player. It shouldn't actually go into there, so I shouldn't even need a player component. Oh, well, actually, it enumerates them all. Let me make sure that that is handled in my common test framework. Yes, it's done there. with components of type. Okay. So it just has to be something. Could be empty. Dead, gone, active. The one that's gone has a G that's set to true in the position. The one that's dead has a hit points of 0. Let's actually just set the hit points of everybody here. 0, gone could be 8. Active can be 10, just make it different. And then we're going to change the position. We're going to set the position. Dead. What is position actually used for? It's put into the cache, so let's put something here. X equals 2, Y equals 4, Z equals 42, something like that. X equals 3, Y equals 7, zone, same zone, but then the G is true. They're gone. Active player, X equals -1, Y equals 2. Let's put them in a different zone, 43. Okay. So that should build the cache of player information. Building the cache of enemy information, of NPC information. It's similar. So NPCs have a class if they are a enemy NPC. And they will have NPC component and position. So local, there's going to be 2 kinds of NPCs, right? So an enemy NPC and a friendly NPC. So game components NPC enemy NPC will have a class in it. Slime. NPC friendly NPC is empty. And they have a position just like players do. X equals 9, Y equals 10, zone 42. Enemy, friendly enemy NPC. X equals 0, Y equals 2, Z equals 43. I wanted to put it next to the active player, because why not? Okay, have all NPCs act. Okay, so the NPCs also need a next action time. Let's set up where the enemy can act and the friendly NPC can't. So that we need to have a, we're going to be passing in a time with the system, right? So let's have a local test time 123. And for these 2 NPCs, we'll have a next action time. This is test time plus something. No, minus something to make sure that they act. And the friendly NPC will be like +1. So we don't want the friendly NPC to act yet. Next action time. Not that it really matters, but something. Actually, it does matter. It won't go into this if they're not ready to act, are they? Okay. So I think we just call it once, right? Oh, wait a minute. We're going to call it twice, just like the regen test did. Regen test, for example. Verify doesn't, right, here we go. Then do the similar kind of test. In fact, we'll say so here that this is an act, whereas this is the arrangement. Act assert, actually. Verify NPC AI system, whoa, does nothing for events other than update. So if the foo event should do nothing. Is the outcome deltas? Hold on. Actually, the outcome will be what calls NPC act and other stuff. So let's change deltas to actions. All right, so let me actually, I prefer to set it up that way, the front. Okay, and then local actions. And then we got to stub out NPC act, right? NPC act is a function that takes a context and right, we're going to assert the context is that moon unit expect equal that for context. This needs to be indented. There we go. Actually, it's going to be called with different NPCs, right? Or am I going to... I'm only going to end up with one NPC, aren't I? Yeah, because it's the way I set up the next action time, so it's just going to be the enemy NPC. So, what's NPC? That's this whole component, right? And then players, it's going to be its own table. We'll figure that out. So will enemies. Time will be test time. Delta will be an empty table. All right. And then we're supposed to return something. We want to have, actually want to run it twice because I want to have it one time do something, one time not do something. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? I'm nearly done testing my NPC's Lua scripts. I'm just setting up the test scenario for the top level NPC AI script. Doing okay? That's great. I had to replace a car battery earlier today. And that was a painful experience because I had trouble getting the bracket off. There's a bracket thing that holds the battery in, and like it was really, really hard to get the bolt off. And it turned out, I think there was a washer in there that was not threaded correctly. I ended up destroying the washer. It was in an RV, and I let the RV sit there for a month or two without starting it. And then when I started it, there was a loud noise, and it cranked once. It actually managed to start. Then I'm like, that didn't sound good. And it only cranked once, and it was lucky to start. So I shut the engine off, waited a little bit. Then it wouldn't turn on at all. Battery was dead. I could jump start it, but it couldn't maintain a charge. So I opened it up and figured the battery was just dead, that I needed to replace it. Took out the battery, noticed there's a huge crack on one side. And like the cells were like bulging out. I'm like, oh wow, I guess it kind of blew up. Yeah, so took it into an auto parts store. They recycle it, I guess. I actually asked the guy, so does it really get recycled? Like truly recycled, reused? And he's like, probably not. They just separate the plastic from the lead, from the acid, and probably dispose of it. But anyway, long story short, got a new battery, put it in there, it works fine now. But that took like a good 2 hours. And I almost didn't start my stream on time. It wasn't urgent, it's for our RV, but, you know, I wanted to get it replaced if we ever have to move it. And I should move it like every couple weeks to keep it from that stuff from happening again, right? Yeah, but it's like a software developer doing mechanical work. Yeah, at least I had good enough tools. I wasn't a complete idiot. Okay, I do want this to go through twice. Can we do it based off of time, maybe? Maybe. Expect... What are we gonna expect? Should I go off of Delta? Because I could just record which NPC got to act. How many software developers does it take to change a car battery? Apparently only one, but it takes 2 hours. It would have taken less time if the bracket came off easier. Oh, that's the refrigerator. Someone left it open. The refrigerator's like, help me! I'm open! I 1 if you want it done today, another 6 months for every additional dev. Yeah, too many software developers, right? It doesn't get done. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to call it twice. How do I want to arrange this? I think I want 3. I guess I can do it with 2. 2 possibilities. It goes into here, so there's something in the NAT delta, the NPC delta, the NAT, and so it would do that. And I don't get a chance to see that, actually. So really the outcome is this. Unless we put something into the delta ourselves. Actually, we probably should. Yeah, so let's have it call it twice. I guess I can look at it by the time. If context.time is equal to 124, then, or how about greater than or equal to 123.5? Then we'll have it put something else. We'll actually have it return true. But I also want to put it in something else into this NPC delta. Context on NPC delta.foo equals bar. There we go. Else return false. Okay, so do the first update and expect no deltas. Or no action. I guess we're turning this into deltas again. Yeah, same thing up here. Actually, but I want to make sure this is called, okay, and expect was it the enemy NPC gets to move? Right, expect the enemy NPC to act, but have no deltas. Okay. So a couple things I'll expect is that his next action time gets changed, and this gets called, so, maybe I do want actions. After all. The NPC to act, but have no... Well, just keep it like that. Do the second update. Before the system interval. And expect no actions. Do the third update after 1 system interval and expect. Let's have the friendly NPC to act this time. So let me set up his next action time to be 0.5. Because that's what we expect for the system interval, 0.5. So he'll move first to get cooled. His next action time will be in the future, and then he'll move next. So we want to record that this happened, right? So actions, number of actions plus 1 equals type equals act. NPC entity, I guess, or entity equals context.npc entity. Let's actually do that down here. Well, it doesn't matter. So I can't expect that, can I? Actually, I can pull it out again. So it just expects itself. Sort of a dumb thing to do. but I'm comparing the whole structure. So this is basically saying expect it to be equal to itself. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna check it later, right? We're gonna check that it includes that. So that should be in here. This will be enemy NPC. Yep. Okay. All right, and then that's no actions, and if this is friendly NPC, almost done, I think. Let me see how the next action time is computed. Next action time. Okay, so if there's an action cooldown, then we'll move it. Otherwise, there'll be a default. So we can test both. We can have one of them have a cooldown, and the other one be default. Let's make the enemy NPC have a cooldown. So ACD, and let's make it longer, and we'll have the friendly NPC not have it, so it'll pick the default. So when the enemy NPC acts, this will be added to the delta, right? So time plus the action cooldown, which will be 2. So that will be in here as well, right? Not an act, but a delta. How do I... Okay, the delta gets translated into one of these, which I don't have a stub for. Let's find a stub. Here's one. Put it right here, I guess. And it called it actions. Type equals delta. Right, so it's going to be a delta. I already forgot. It only took a moment to. Let's just copy that. Right, and we have the entity correct. The component type will be NPC. And the delta will include the next action time. Next action time equals test time plus 2. Too many curly braces. There we go. Okay. And then when the friendly NPC acts, it should just be plus... I didn't update these times. Before the system interval, at the system interval. I think it takes that time, and so it'll be plus 1.5. Right? That plus 1. And let's test this too. Let's have the friendly NPC have this obsolete CD field. So CD equals Baz. So when the friendly NPC acts, it should actually remove that. Let's do that. CD is JSON nil, right? Okay, what else do I want to do? Test the false condition of that. Why did I do that again? Oh, right. We're going to test that the enemy NPC which acts first doesn't actually cool down. Well, hold on. Oh, that's that. So I need a third condition. I'll add another one after this. Do the fourth update after 2 system intervals and expect... Actually, after the enemy NPC action timer expires, and expect the enemy NPC to act again. So, that was plus 2, right? And we'll expect it it won't cool down again because we're gonna make it return false. So we'll get an act with nothing else. And that'll be enemy NPC. Actually, the friendly NPC is gonna act again, isn't it? Expect both enemy. Actually, that's a good test. Expect both NPCs to act again with no actions this time. And it should go in the order I list them, right? Actually, which order will it be? Probably the order in which I define them, right? With components of type NPCs, so probably it's going to be enemy first and then friendly. Friendly. So this is the time after which we will, no, it's before that time we'll set a delta and return true. So this foo bar will be in the delta, all the deltas before then. So it'll be in here. And up here. Oh, wait a minute, it's in the delta, sorry. So that's here. Foo equals bar. Cool. Oh, and let's remove the CD when this happens. So that would be game components NPC, friendly NPC, CD is nil, so remove it so it won't show up here again. All right, whew. Let's run it. Reload. Should probably mark this as failed because it's not done yet. Oh, won't compile because unexpected symbol, line 60. Okay, I'm missing some kind of syntax here, maybe. No. Oh, that function has an end, not an empty parentheses. Right? It's running. Okay, good. 168, comparing a nil with the number. Well, it's called from hold on, what? It says 71. It goes into 164, which goes into the visitor 168. Oh, that is nil. Wait a minute. Then it should not have gone through that. Is that the one that's nil? Time? We should be passing time. Initial time. Oh, it's not initial time, is it? It's test time. Test time. Actually, let's call it initial time. So everywhere where I have test time, initial time. There we go. All right, we got much further. If we got all the way to 39, that's where we stopped. Oh, in the act. Oh, right. I didn't fill in these. Right. So enemies has an extra thing in there. Players, I guess I didn't get to players. I wonder if it's going alphabetically. All right. So I forgot to fill it in. What does enemies end up getting? This stuff. So these things in it. And there's one for every enemy. There's only one enemy. So that. So this will be enemy NPC. And then this will be game components NPC of that. And then this will be game components position of the enemy NPC. All right, and then players, similar thing. And this should only list one player in it, right? The active player. That's player entity. Why didn't I use snake case for that? Player and position. Like that. Try again. All right. Getting further, maybe? The time is different. Oh, yeah. Okay, I can't do that. Shoot. How do I detect that? I guess we just do a pass-through. I mean, we do an ignore that by doing that. There's an extra key 3. So there was an extra action. An act and a delta. What else would we get? Hey there, A squared. How are you doing today? Did I do this right? Oh, that should be, it's gonna have them both act, isn't it? No, wait. It should skip one of them because the time will be less than that, right? This, it should skip the friendly NPC. Yeah, entity 14 is the friendly NPC. So the friendly NPC is acting. Oh, +5. Yeah, the friendly NPC will act. I mean, the enemy NPC will act, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, it shouldn't. Oh, I didn't update the... Right, okay. The first update is supposed to change it, and I'm supposed to simulate that change by applying the change. Enemy components dot npc dot enemy npc dot net equals initial time +2. Sure, and we'll just ignore that one for now. Should probably do the same thing down here, right? This is the friendly NPC. Is that +1.5? Yeah, okay, cool. Got further. We got down to here, and it was... Okay, it's the friendly NPC X first. I mean, I think it's arbitrary. This might... I might have to rewrite that, because it might be in different orders. I'm running it over and over again to see if I get a different result. Because I think it hold on. We place it in order of enemy first, then friendly. And we're getting it back out as friendly first and then enemy. Why? When we put it into a table like that... Oh, because of the numbers, right? 13 and then 14. So it's probably... Does iPairs... Because we're using iPairs, right? It's ultimately going to call with components of type. With components of type calls pairs. So yeah, what is the order that we get from pairs? Is it just arbitrary? Dev docs. Pairs. So see next. The order in which the indices are numerated is not specified. Okay, so it's not specified the order, so we shouldn't depend on the order. So let me rewrite that test, even though it's passing. So we don't know the order in which these will return. let's break it down. So we'll expect that there's 2 of them, right? And then I guess we'll say we're gonna look. There's 2 possibilities, right? I guess we can tick off the ones we find. Local enemy NPC act found. False. Friendly NPC act found. And then for I comma, well, we don't care about the index, and v in I pairs actions do. We can say if v dot entity is friendly NPC, then friendly NPC act found is true. Else, in all of these though, we'll also say moon unit expect equal v dot, actually let's just call it action. Action dot type is act and not delta. Else if action dot entity is enemy NPC, then enemy NPC act found is true. Else error unexpected entity action.entity end. And then that's our test. Oh, and then I need to moon unit expect true enemy NPC act found and friendly NPC act found. Cool. Let me break this one for a second. Must break you. Cool. Okay, so that's done. Whew. These tests are complicated. But it did test a bunch of things. We don't include dead or gone players from the players list. Friendly NPCs are not included in enemies. And the action times are obeyed. And next action times are pulled from the cooldown unless there isn't one. Or I mean, yeah, the action cooldown. So a bunch of little things are tested here and there. Now we're gonna test the act. Save the hardest one for last. The act is to have an NPC do an action. It's gonna first look up the position and capabilities of the NPC, and once it has them, it's going to say if it's a guide, call guide act. Otherwise, if it's not an enemy NPC, return false. If it is an enemy NPC, they'll try to attack all the players in their aggro list until they are able to try, or we run out of enemies. Hey there, HibDev. I'm doing okay. Did some mechanical work earlier on my RV, replacing a battery, but otherwise I'm doing fine. It was just time-consuming and costly. I probably got ripped off too. I think it was like $150 for a new battery. And then 2 hours of my time. If we don't have aggro get pulled by any players, right? So if we don't have anything on the aggro list, then we're going to check to see if there's a nearby player, and if so, put them on the aggro list and try to attack them. And if we haven't yet attacked anyone, if we have something on the aggro list, try to pursue them. If we were able to, return early. If we couldn't pursue them, drop aggro from them. And if we never were able to pursue anyone, then we wander. Hey there, Slickver. So this script is a lot like the one for the guide, isn't it? Did you actually went to where you originally wanted to go with the car? Um, that's a good question. Feature that. Um, where I originally wanted to move it was about 100 feet away because during Halloween, my wife wanted the RV out of the way from our driveway so that the trick-or-treaters could see our house better. So she's like, could you please move the RV down the street a little bit? And that's when I realized the battery had blown up. So I'm like, can't move it. I'll fix it tomorrow. So now it's tomorrow, and I fix it. I'm like, well, I don't need to move it anymore because the requirement to move it was just for trick or treating, and now that's over. So the next place I would go with it, I guess, would be to just drive it around to get the oil circulating through the engine to keep that maintained and to run to keep the charge of the battery. So probably a couple weeks from now, or maybe I'll move it. Maybe I'll move it over the weekend. All you had to do is move the RV and you break it. I know, but A squared. It's good to find this out now rather than when we're getting ready to go on a trip and we're like, okay, we're all ready to go. Let's go, and it's like the engine won't start. So I'm glad that I'm glad that we detected the problem now when we don't really need to move it. Yeah, it's good to find problems before you need them to be solved. Don't you agree? Yeah, so this is going to be a lot like the NPC guide script, right? Well, the test for that. Or was it NPC attack test? I don't remember. Oh, wasn't it aggression? Wasn't this it? Right. Yeah. Let's copy this test. Uh, this test entirely over to the AI test. Okay. So we'll have some cases here, right? NPC is a guide. NPC is not, is friendly. Friendly NPC is an NPC whose class doesn't exist. An NPC with no class. In other words, they're not randomly spawned. So, enemy NPC already has that. So all of these are enemy NPC, comma. Whoops. Alt Q. Okay, let's see if these are all valid. Enemy NPC already have aggro, able to attack an enemy, attack them. This one. Enemy NPC tether is yoinking the NPC back to the home position. That's this. Enemy NPC no aggregate not being yoinked. New enemy in range able to attack them, put them on aggro list and attack. Yeah, that's that. Enemy NPC no aggregate not being yoinked by the tether. New enemy in range not able to attack them but able to pursue them. Ag them and pursue. Yes, and then there's the version where wait a minute, this is the same, isn't it? Hold on, that is the same, isn't it? I think I forgot to update the comment. Or is that just copied as is? How did that happen? That's exactly the same, isn't it? Same enemy list, same expectation, and same results. It looks like I just copied it by accident. So let me go back to where I copied it from and fix that too. Yeah, this is the same, right? Why do I need it twice? Let's run it again to make sure I didn't break it. Yeah. I don't actually know if it's running. False. Yeah, okay. True. And it passes. Okay, good. Grognosh. A sourpuss test. Sure, I guess. Okay, so this is another enemy is in range. Drop aggro from the old target and pull aggro on the new target. Pursue the new target, right? Couldn't attack. Tether didn't pull us. We pulled aggro. We tried to attack. We couldn't. We tried to pursue. We couldn't. So we dropped aggro and we pursued a different one. Enemy NPC, no aggro, not being yoinked. No enemies in range, no action taken. Actually, it's not no action taken. It should be that it wanders, right? Yeah. Enemy, NPC wanders. Right. Okay. So it should be expect a wander at the end. Okay, now I gotta get the setup of the test working. So I need to mock this. And this is going to add a wander and check that the context is correct. This should just be wander. There's no target. All right. Drop aggro is there. I don't need this one, do I? I do need that. Look at the correct script, right? Yeah. NPC pursuit, try entity. Okay, good. I reused that. That was smart. NPC attack is there. Manhattan distance, yes. I don't think I have get spawn, but I had tether, right? Right there. And NPC attack, yes. I don't have this one. Function context, and we'll just have those two there. This will be guide. Okay. I need get spawn to retrieve the tether. So get spawn is a function that takes an NPC. So we should just verify the NPCs from the context, right? So expect that the text context dot NPC is the NPC. And well, there was another one, wasn't there? No, I think that was it. Okay, cool. Let's make sure that this is correct. Let me reload this guy. This window. There we go. All right. Okay, we need to mock this one too. I've mocked this already, so let me find where I've done it. There we go. So we're gonna expect position in caps, because that's what it actually does. And we're gonna return the position and caps for the entity that they asked for. Sounds good to me. Okay, the context needs to have NPC, NPC delta, NPC entity, and players. NPC entity's there. Position's there. No, I don't need... Okay, position shouldn't be there. Position should be here. So game components position of the NPC equals this. There we go. Instead, we need to have the NPC. Just some table. I don't know what I need in it. Starver Black, how are you doing? This is not Unity. This is a custom game engine. It's a game I've been building up. Custom game engine. This is what it looks like. It's inspired by old games I played as a kid, like Ultima 4, Ultima 5. It's retro, it's 2D tiles. The game is a multiplayer, so the server runs in the cloud its framework is C++, but for all the game logic that I want to be able to change a lot, it's written in Lua. So there's an embedded Lua interpreter running scripts like to make these NPCs wander around and fight each other. The front end is all in JavaScript in the browser. The cloud, yes. So technically, it's Amazon Web Services. So Amazon in some data center where I have no idea where it is, somewhere in the northwest of the US, is running a bunch of computers, and one of those computers is running a bunch of virtual machines, and one of those virtual machines is servers.omnirania.com, and that virtual machine is running 3 instances of my games back in C++ infrastructure. And this runs as a cluster. These 3 programs talk to each other. One of them is running all of the game scripts, and the other 2 are just copying the results so that they can take over if the main server crashes. And the scripts in Lua are telling the NPCs to just either wander around or fight each other or whatnot. So today I'm working on building up tests for those scripts because I didn't have them before, and I was running into problems developing the code, running into bugs and not having a nice way to test that I was correcting the bugs properly. So I'm almost done. I've been working on the last week on this. I have a bunch of scripts in my game. They all have names like attack, combat, pick aggro, drop loot, give items, all of the things you would expect in an RPG when you have combat and inventory. And for NPC, there's different aspects of their scripts like attacking, movement, pathing, pursuing, spawning, wandering around, all that stuff. So I think I've done a good job breaking these scripts up so that any one of these scripts is not very long. Probably the longest would be this AI one, right? 197 lines. So this is the last piece that I haven't written tests for, and it is the top level system for all NPCs in the game. So it runs every half a second, which is this system interval. And every time it runs, it's going to build a cache of all players in the game and all enemy NPCs in the game, and then go through all of the NPCs that friendly or not, and have them all act if their next action timer has arrived. And what the NPC does depends on what kind of NPC they are. So if they are a guide NPC, there's a special script for that. If they're not a randomly spawned NPC, then we don't actually do anything right now, which actually broke all the friendly NPCs. They should be wandering around, not returning false and doing nothing. But anyway, special script for guide NPCs like George. He's a guide NPC. And the rest of this script is if they're just a randomly spawned enemy. And here's where we figure out if we can attack some player on our aggro list, we'll attack them, which is another script. If we're too far away from our spawn point, we'll like a tether, like a guard dog on a chain, they get yanked back to their doghouse. And they'll pull players that are close enough by adding them to their aggro table, if compute that their distance is close enough and the same zone in the world and all that. Pull aggro and try to attack. And if they haven't been able to attack it, try to pursue the top of their aggro list. And if there's nothing in the aggro list, then just wander around. So it's kind of what it looks like. I know that was a very quick run through. I didn't explain a whole lot of the details. If you want to know the details, let me know. I like to give the analogy of I'm showing you the image of a mountain as seen through a microscope. So you're not going to see the whole mountain. You're only going to see about 33, 34 lines of my code at any one time, and there's tens of thousands of lines of code broken apart into hundreds of files. And each file does a specific task, and there are hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of little tasks that have to be done in the game's back end, all the game logic and all that. So yeah, but if you want to, you could play my game now. Let me show you one of the things you can do, and this is just to test out some of the scripts I've been building. So, not right away, but soon after you start in the game, you'll end up in this little area, and it's supposed to be the sewers underneath the town, right? And you have George, who's sort of hanging out here, attacking any slimes that get too close. You can talk to him, and he'll say, "Hello, do you need help?" And if you say help, he says, I can lead you out of the sewers. You want to follow him? Sure. And then he activates a script where he is pathfinding all the way out of the dungeon. And if he gets too close to a slime, he'll go attack the slime. Ooh, I almost got killed by that slime. Yeah, he's supposed to guard me and lead me out. He stops along the way to fight those slimes. Looks like we're gonna make it. Yay. If I delay, at one point he'll stop and say, please follow me. Tap his foot impatiently, all that. When he gets to the exit, he's like, this is the way out. If I go there, I'm like, oh, look, here's the town, right? But I'm actually going to follow him back because we'll reset to where we were. So when he's done showing you the way out, he passes all the way back to the beginning of the level, essentially. So his script isn't done. Let me pick up this gold. His script is still a work in progress. We're building up tests to make sure every little element of that script works, and then I'm going to enhance it. There are a few problems with his script right now. He does the correct pathfinding algorithm to get out, but if there's any slime right across the water here, he will kind of get obsessed with trying to reach it, and he won't path anymore, and that's because he's pulling aggro on enemies that are close in Manhattan distance, but far away pathwise, so I need to fix that. Hey there, Endurin. Am I an alternative Adam? I'm doing okay, Endurin. How are you doing? A Squared said, sad part of some people is that you've been around a while, know most of the code base nearly as well as me. I don't know. Do you guys know the code base as nearly as well as I do? I'd be surprised. Like, I watch, doing fine, it's the weekend? It's not quite the weekend for me. I got a couple more hours. The Adam that Endurin is alluding to is a streamer I follow who I kind of look up to. And, whoop. Ring, ring, ring. No caller ID means I'm not going to answer. Adam, I've been watching him code for a long, long time, and I still have no idea how his code works. I think it would be really tough for a viewer to get a sense of what all the code is, unless they're actively working on it. Please ignore your call. I hardly ever get a no caller ID call, but I have a hard time believing that a no caller ID call would not be a spam call. If it's not, they'll leave a voicemail, right? And if it's important, then I'll call them back. That's what I have to tell myself. Because otherwise I'd be like, oh, what if it's someone who's in the hospital who's urgently trying to get a hold of me? If they were, they would leave a voicemail, right? Okay, I'm working on this script to make a test for it. I need to arrange the all the environment for this test to make sure it works correctly. Well, yeah, when Endurin, I always think, well, what if they're calling from a hospital phone? But even then, they would leave a voicemail, right? Oh, I think he meant this, this one, hold on. This one. I think he meant that, Toulouse. Oh, I'm being resubscribed for 5 months? Rate on 90. Thank you for the support. Making me feel awesome today. Thank you so much. Yeah, so, Toulouse, I think he was talking about this, is that you probably know the code base as well as I do at this point. Oh, no, you can't do that, Toulouse. You gotta procrastinate and watch my stream. No work for you. It's almost the weekend. You could procrastinate a little bit more. Yeah, Toulouse has got, like, so many points in my stream helping me out so much because instead of doing his own work, I've been a bad influence on him, and he ends up watching me do my code closely enough so where he's catching all my mistakes before I catch them. You have no idea how it works? Mine or Adam's or both. I don't even know my own code sometimes. I have to look back and like, what? How does the web gate work? How does the coordinator work? I mean, my own notes help me a bit, like this diagram. If I ever like get too far away from understanding what the web gate does, I'm like, oh yeah, two web servers handles requests from clients, simple API requests or WebSocket requests. It sits here, the coordinator talks to it, it uses two web servers. Got it, right? So, but I don't have any more detailed diagrams, and sometimes I think maybe I should. Which idiot? That was past Raimu. He's a jerk. But future Raimu, he's a god. Worst part of working alone on a project? Yeah, you only have yourself to blame, right? If you fall behind, then no one's really gonna know, unless maybe your customers. Do you regret anything about this architecture? Hey there, 2H Strike. I guess I do regret a little bit. The fact that, for example, I have configuration and players as separate things. I should have just lumped everything into the entity component system, even all these other records. Because then it would be a bit more uniform, and I wouldn't need separate APIs here. There's no real good reason why I need to keep these three separate from each other. Because they all have the same kind of thing. There's always callbacks and sampling from the coordinator, and there's changes from the executor, so why not have these three together? What are the regrets I have? The coordinator is one huge god class, and I tried to break it up into pieces, but I'm still not done. There are certain aspects, things that are done by the coordinator that don't really need to be up here next to the web gate. They could be closer to the entity component system. So, yeah, regrets. Regrets turn into refactoring tasks for later, I think. Need to change your get name to you, so it's always you broke the code. I like that. Okay, what does NPC need to have in it? It's a guide or a class. So I think we're going to do that down here in these individual setup things, right? Yes. In fact, we're resetting the NPC right there, aren't we? So why do I even need to list NPC? I don't. I don't need to list NPC at all because we're resetting it when we get here. Enemies is not included, but players is. Actually, do I even put that in there? Hold on, let me look at the test I copied this from. I think it was aggression test. Yeah, what do I do with enemies? Oh, that's right. That does get changed every time because we might aggro them or not. Okay, so that should be players. Right, got it. Players, enemies becomes players. Because we flipped the table now. NPC entity was here. So test enemy should become like test player in range. Renames himself to Nui. You can really confuse me if you start doing that. Regrets are problems for future Raimu. Yes, that's true too. Delta. Do I need to do that? Because I'm setting a new one up every time anyway. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to drop that one. I don't need that one. NPC Delta. I'll just reassign a new one here every time. Okay. So let's fill in these three that are missing, I guess, first. Or the two that are missing. If the NPC is a guide, that's NPC guide equals true. Right? Then NPC guide act will be called, and whatever it returns, we should get back. Expect. So NPC aggression becomes NPC AI. Or NPC act. Act on the test context. Expect guide to be called. Only. And guide needs to return true. Actually, let's have guide, because it's returned whatever it returns, just have it return something unique. Where's guide? It was here, right? Right, so let's have it return something unique. Endurn. Return Endurn. So we'll just expect equal Endurn when we act there if it's the guide. Because Endurn is an awesome guide, wouldn't you agree? Just needed something unique. I'm going to totally take names from the audience for that kind of thing. Alright, friendly means the class is empty. It should return false. So we got to make that a false. And it should not have any action updates at all. Basically skips friendly NPCs right now. No actions are performed. Or no updates are requested, really. No updates are requested. NPC is a guide. Call is delegated to NPC guide act. Yep. You are a guide. Guides are not only friendly, they have their own script, so you should be honored. Your script returns Endurn, apparently. Enemy NPC already have... Actually, it shouldn't say enemy NPC, it should say... Oh no. Right, it should say enemy NPC. Already have aggro, able to attack a player. Attack them. Test player in attack range. Assume that they attack them. Then the tether. New player in range. Right. Test context enemies should be test context.players. And what does it pick from the players? Where is that? Search for players. It's getting cold. Like 66 degrees Fahrenheit here. Whoa. My fingers start to get... start to feel the cold. So there's a position and a player entity. Let's do it this way. Like that. Endure next line. Wow, what a nice day it is. Yes, it is a lovely day. No, what are you talking about? 18C? Yeah, it's kind of chilly in here. I wonder if it's... It's sunny outside though. Maybe it'll probably get warmer later. The weather's been really weird. In California, we've had like really high winds and dry. It's very dry. It's 37 degrees. I mean, 37% humidity right now. And so Northern California has had a bunch of fires because of that. And they've had to shut off the power for days on end in high-risk areas where the wind can knock over electrical equipment and spark fires. So they just turn off the power and wait until the winds die down, then turn the power back on. A lot of people hate that. I should just run this and see if it works, right? Because at this point, I think I've changed everything that I need to change. Yeah. I think that's below freezing, isn't it? It doesn't get that cold here. I'm in Southern California. Or yeah, I'm totally a wimp when it comes to the weather. Since I live in Southern California, anything below 70 is cold, and anything above 90 is hot. Actually, and inside, if it's above 80, I'm uncomfortable too. It's a little troublesome when the power's off for a week. You will. I think some people end up just using generators and stuff like that. Like if that happened here, I would just put all of the stuff we didn't want to go bad. I put it in the RV's fridge, and that runs on propane, and that would probably last at least a week. One of the benefits of having an RV is sort of an alternate home if you really needed it. Okay, we have some work to do. We're attempting to index a nil value called caps. Line 19. Oh, yeah. I didn't set the caps. What's the caps used for here? We're not using it at all? It's probably used later in the context, so we just need to put something in there. It doesn't matter what I put in here. So we'll put caps best mod and Dorn, because I can. Run that again. Caps is not used, I know. Line 9. Oh, that needs to, the table needs to be set up beforehand here. Run it again. Got further this time. Got all the way down to 91. Got a nil when we called it. Interesting. Oh, with components is supposed to... Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. This is broken. Its return value is not going to get used. So what does NPC AI do? Oh. It was never going into there. Oh, that's why the slimes were all moving fast. We found a bug using the unit test system. We can't just return. We have... This is inside of a callback, so I need to set up, like, result. And I guess we'll default to false or something. And we'll say, result equals that return. Return. Alternatively, I could do that part and then return. Maybe that's better. Yeah, that's better. Let's do that. Let's do it that way. So, I have to, like, have this be components and then end it there. And then actually, then I get to unindent 2 levels, which is kind of nice. Blup, blup. There we go. So just extract, in fact, I'm going to say that here. Extract the, oh wait, no, there's a reason I didn't want to do that. That is because if this is a wrapper for something, and then we pulled out that the wrapped thing, that it might actually be changed after this function returns. But is that really true? I thought there's a mutex around the ECS the whole time we're calling a script. Maybe not. Maybe I should check that now. Maybe this would be a good time to check that. Can you return any object dynamically in Lua? Is the return type fixed? You can return anything. If you don't return anything and something expected to return type value, you get nil, which is none or null or whatever you want to call it. Steam updated its UI and removed your categories in the font. Yeah, I didn't like the update either. I hate it when the tools, programs we use suddenly have the UI redesigned and there's no option to go back to the old one. I'm like, Urgh, I was so used to the old one. Why do you have to change it on me? It wouldn't be in scripts. It would be in components, and there's like an invoke systems. Well, we do hold the mutex around the entire entity component system. And when we invoke it there, so I suppose it's safe. Yeah, I don't know why I was reluctant to do that earlier. We'll just say we'll... Yeah, they'll just be wrappers, right? Maybe the idea was that the scope of this is temporary. It's within that. The scope of that is within that. Let me look and see what it actually is. It's in utilities, right? The component wrapper given to the visitor may not be valid after that returns if we got a const reference to the component in place. Yeah, but even if we did, we can't change it anyway. Yeah, maybe this is all over-designed. It has this assumption that it may not be valid. Essentially, it's saying that what we get back from the game here in component only can be accessed within this function, and then once it returns, we can't access it anymore, so we shouldn't save a reference to it. I just heard a beep, a random beep. Hold on, let me check what that beep was. Because I just installed a car battery, and if something's blowing up, I'd want to know. I'll be right back. Well, everything seems to be okay. Although my camera's a little weird. Fix the filter on my camera. Which one? This one right here? There we go. And then the spillover. That's funny, right? No, not the spillover. What is that? It's just my hair is bad. There we go. Yeah, I heard a beep. I think what it might have been is we got a new dishwasher, and it just finished. You had the stream muted for a minute. Oh no. Let me answer it again, Andorn. In Lua, you can return anything from a function. You could even return multiple things. So let me find an example of that. Like return true, comma false is actually something you can do. You can return multiple things even. And then the reciprocal side of that, it would be like A comma B equals some function call, right? And so you can have any number of return values and then collect them together in any number of local variables. And if you don't, or if you had too many, too many return values, the return values not used are just discarded. And let's say you actually expected 3 things and you only returned 2. Anything that doesn't get a value is filled in with nil. So if something didn't return anything at all or return nil, then that A would be nil. It's very, 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 very flexible. I'm going to assume that since we have a mutex held the entire time we're invoking this system, that it's safe. It's safe. What am I talking about? Back here. It's safe to just fill that into the context. In fact, I can just abbreviate that. It's safe to do that and continue and not handle components within the context of this function. So we're going to say really not extracting, we're access the position and capabilities of the NPC. All right. I think that's safe. If it's not, then I guess we go back and fix it. Okay. False. Expected false to be true. That's never a good thing. Line 108. This one. Enemy NPC already have aggro. Able to attack the player should attack them. Why can they not attack the player? Did we set a class? Oh, I didn't. We need to do that. When we reset, let's make the class equal to bad guy. Okay. We messed up on line 48? 45? The second position is nil for Manhattan distance. Manhattan distance is probably called in here, right? Right here. Okay, this was supposed to be a position for the player info. I probably missed that. It's in players, okay. Where was that? It's 137. Is it position? Is that not good? Oh, it's the second one. That position. The position of the NPC. Do I not set that? I did set it. It looks okay. Maybe the zone is wrong. Zone 17. No, that's correct. It's the second position that's nil. $45. Right, it's the second position. Manhattan distance is only called in one place here, and the second one is pause. Oh, I didn't extract it back out. Okay, we had to do it here. Local pause equals context pause. Local, and we didn't need the caps. Caps was needed by someone else, right? Yeah, okay, that's probably what it was. Yep. Ooh, no value, 0, to be true. Interesting. 179. Oh, we got a lot further. We got down to here. It's when it pursues a target, it's actually not returning anything. Is that what it's doing? Drop aggro. Pursue. It should have returned true. Didn't return true for some reason. And the target is the wrong target number. Weird. Oh, because I don't have all the players in the list, probably, right? No, that's the right player. It's trying to attack, trying to pursue, and then dropping aggro on the one that's no longer in the list at all. But the number is the wrong number. The one not this one is ending up in the third thing in the list here. It's pulling aggro on the wrong. Actually, it's not. It might not be pulling aggro. Let me delete that for a second and see what it actually is. It's pursuing. It's calling pursue on this one. Oh, maybe this is different then? Where does it call pursue? Well, it should have called pull aggro first. Why didn't it? Oh, because of that. So that's different. It's only if there's no. Oh, that explains something. I was the other day. Like it said that in the NPC aggression, and I didn't know why. I think it's because it was copied. Yeah, this right here. It says if we don't have aggro. I'm like, what is this? Has nothing to do with no aggro. It's because I copied it from here and I removed this code here. Why did I remove that in the other place? Or why it should be in both, shouldn't it? I think it should actually be in both, and we should just drop the if. And it's really going to pick the closest enemy, right? Let's reword this. The closest enemy should pull aggro. We should say have the closest enemy within aggro range pull aggro, if any. So I'll copy that here and I'll remove the if. Like that. Eventually I want to combine these two bits of code together. And why did I have this in one place and not here? Oh, I think this was an improvement. I should probably copy it. Yeah, up to here. Right, because if they're already in the aggro table, why compute all this stuff only to not add them again? Right. So it's not enemy info, it's player info. And it's not NPC entity, it's player entity, right? Okay, this assumes that I have the aggro in a table, which I do, right? Or do I not? Oh, no, I need that. That I need here. Between the tether, right. Make a quickly searchable table of enemies that have, so a table of players that have already been pulled aggro. Actually, let's leave it enemies. So we're just looking through the table and making a quick lookup table. Like a dictionary of booleans. That should be local aggro, not aggro, right? That's making it global. Yeah, we want that to be local. Right, so if not, then all this stuff. Alright, so that should match that. In fact, it does. I'm looking back and forth, and the only difference is it's player info, player entity instead of enemy info, NPC entity. Cool. Is there a way to open just the old games list, which includes your categories? I don't know. Good question. Hey! It worked. Let's run all of our tests. Hey! Everything works. Everything has a test and everything works. I love it. It tested everything. Passing all the tests, yes. That means I should be able to synchronize this all into the game and it should actually act correctly, right? That would be a good test to do. But let me check it into Git first. Alright. Okay, this is removing redundant code, right? Remove redundant test. And this was a rename of guide find path to NPC find path. And that's 2 fixes there. check that in a second. So this is rename NPC guide find path to NPC find path. This was add caps list in test framework. Let's put in this one. This is actually two different fixes. Let me unstage that one and say fix variable that should be local. That was global, but should be local. Local. Fix comment. Actually, did I have the comment in both places? There should match the aggression, right? This one. Yeah, this is, no. I did copy it. Oh, but it's all in this file. I haven't seen it yet, right? Yeah, that one. Okay, so this is fix incorrect comment, or old comment. Okay, then this is extracting the path functions out. Oh, that reminds me of one other change I wanted to make. Just a moving something around. I guess I'll put these all together. So extract and add tests for the path and AI, or top level parts of NPC AI.Lua. Extract and add tests in NPC AI.Lua. Extract functions and add tests for them. From? Actually, I'll just list them from my notebook. From today's log, these ones. By the way, that's just a test key. Don't worry about any kind of potential leak. It's not a leak. We're fine. This is fine. Commit. Cool. So there's one more change I wanted to make, which is just moving something around. It was the path stuff, right? Path had the cost function in it, but not the heuristic. And I think I want the heuristic in there, and that's in guide. Yeah, so let's move this one out. NPC guide heuristic, let's just move it to path. Put it next to cost. And so the tests should move with it. Otherwise, right now the tests will fail. Because it can't find it, right? So this test should move to the other fixture. It should move to path test. Cost, heuristic, and it's path instead of guide. And let's fix the name. It's guide cost. Let's call it path cost. And the other one is guide heuristic. Let's call that path heuristic. And then run all the tests again. And they all pass, so we can see now we have test-driven development. We can refactor and leverage the fact that our tests are still passing. So move and rename NPC guide heuristic to NPC path heuristic. Well, that's one thing. Rename NPC guide cost to NPC path cost. And then, so this is rename and move some of the path finding scripts. There we go. Let's push that. Okay. Let's try the test environment. So, boot it up here. I haven't run this in a while. Hopefully it still runs. And then I'm gonna run the cool new script that I have. It's Python tools slash, it's one of these scripts, right? Acandenal sync. Not that one, this one. Scripts path required. So that's realm server slash source ECS scripts, right? Okay, so it added a bunch of scripts, it updated a bunch of other scripts. I'm getting script errors. Cool. Why am I getting script errors? I don't know. We'll have to look at the script errors. As soon as the front end is compiled. Yeah, we're getting script errors. Well, oh well. Good attempt, I guess. I'm waiting for the window to open up. Actually, I guess I could start it up here. Local host. I can drop this one. Just gotta wait for it to start up. It's npm start, takes a while. Yep, there it goes. Is it not connecting? It's been a while. I bet you it's... Oh, there's the error. I bet you it's the certificate. 8084, right? Yeah. Advanced, proceed to localhost. So then reset this. Then now it connects, and now we can look at the script error. Attempt to get a length of a nil value in NPC act on line 56. The NPC is nil? No, NPC aggro is nil. Oh! Shoot. NPC might not have aggro at all. Okay, that's a bug. I should have a unit test for that. How did this work? How does the guide always has an aggro even if it's empty, I guess? That's why it happened to work. So let's make a test for this. It's actually in both places, right? A guide NPC might not have an aggro table and we'll get an error here. Let's fix it with test-driven development. Aggression test, sure. Let's do it this way. So, no aggro yet. In fact, the aggro table is missing. So I need to remove the aggro table. So that would be this dot aggro is nil. Where was I? Right here. Aggro is nil. So this will probably fail now. Run it. Look at that failure. Now I'm getting the same error as in the production, or in the test environment, the staging environment, I guess you can call it now, because this is now the test environment. So let's fix it. There's two places. It's this check here. That should fix it. It didn't fix it. Oh, it gets further. Here? Wait a minute. Attempt to index a nil. Why is it nil? It shouldn't be nil. Oh, wait. Here. What is it saying? Oh, it's in poll aggro, so it's in the test. Poll aggro. It's in the mock for poll aggro. Line 39 here. Oh, yeah. Shoot. So this should also have the if too. If that, then. Okay. Fixed. Okay, so then there's the other place. The one that we're actually running into right here. So test first. Let's pick this one. Enemy NPC, no aggro yet. In fact, no aggro list at all. Did I call it list or table on the other one? Oh, list. Let's use the same wording for both tests. So here it's, what is it? It's the same thing. Test context NPC aggro is nil. And then I should go and fix the poll aggro thing too, right? If this then that. And one thing just came to mind. Did I put parentheses here when I didn't need to? No, I'm good. Okay. So run it again, it should fail. Okay. So this should be the exact same message we're getting in the production. Expression 56, attempt to get length and nil value field aggro. So it's this, we've reproduced the same everything. So fix it. I think the fix is just we check this here and run it. Cool. So now I can just start the sync script again. It updated them. Hey, look. Script errors are gone. So in the test environment, I have Bob, and he should be wandering around. I don't see him wandering, though. Oh, no, he just wandered. And these enemy NPCs are wandering as well. He's got a whole bunch of monsters on his aggro list. Right. Why is he going? Is he trying to pursue that one? Yeah. He's trying to get this one, so he's trying to reach it. Okay, so how am I going to test this? I need to like give him a path and tell him to walk the path, right? Or maybe I make another NPC. Did he have a path that he could guide us on? It was be under waypoints. Yeah. So 0, 9, and -3, 10. 0, 9. Right here. He would guide to there, and what was the other one? -3, 10. So yeah, he would path this path, right? So right now, let me remove his aggro list a little bit. Aggro range, right? Let's just move it to 1. And he should drop aggro, actually. No. He's not dropping aggro. Is that because there was another field in here? Like range or something? No, he should be dropping aggro. Why is he not? He still has a bunch of things on his aggro table. Do you need to remove the aggro table first to clear it out? He should be trying to get to them, and when he can't, it should be dropping. He should be dropping aggro. Unless I understood this wrong. It would be in the aggression system, or aggression script. It uses NPC aggro range if it exists. Otherwise, it uses 999. I wonder why I did that. His aggro range is now 1. So if the enemy is... because so he won't pull aggro. Actually, what? Maybe he's not dropping aggro. He should be going through this and trying to pursue them. Maybe this pursuit is wrong. Is broken. He'll call this one, and he'll return if it was what it returns. Yeah, it should be dropping aggro. So is he picking up aggro every turn and then dropping it? Try giving him a smaller area where you control the number of enemies easily. That's why I set his aggro range to 1. Oh, did he just drop his aggro? Oh, there we go. He's dropped all aggro. I wonder why it took a while. If I move him here, will he pull aggro again? Nope. Okay. Should I worry about it? Or should I just move on? Maybe move on for now. Localhost. And let me log in with Twitch. Authorize. And there I am. Do I have a dialogue for him? No. Help. Oh, I never programmed this in. I guess I can do it now. Just like in the production environment. Let me load that up really quick. In the dialogue, there's a special state for George. In the convo, help. Yeah. And then the help state. Right. And I had hard-coded the number because I wasn't sure if that was available as a variable. I think it actually is, but I don't remember. Yeah, so that's what I really need. So drop that, and let's edit his script. Bob the guard. Let's end the conversation state. I didn't even abbreviate it there. Let's have help. Oh, I forgot to add the help. It's a multiple choice add. Go to the help state, add, and then help should say, would you like me to lead you to the other chamber? And then in the help state, we'll add 2 keys. I think I did it this way. I put a number in front. Actually, let me look and see what I did. It was just to make it sort predictably. I always forget what I do. Help. Oh, I just put the number in front. I didn't even put an underscore. Should put an underscore though. Yes. And then end. Add. To no. No, and then go back to convo state. Add. So no should be a tell that says all right. Just let me know if you need help. Or I'm always bad at dialogue. All right, let me know if you do in the future. And then for yes, it should be follow me. Script. He is 3330 player. Save. Let's try it out. Help. Yes. Follow me. Interesting. It says his name is George because it's hard coded right now to say George and not Bob. But looks like it's working. I didn't break it. And he says this is the way out, stay safe, and then he's going to path back. Actually, I should test where he gives up, right? Oh, yeah. He won't give up right now. He gives up if he's going towards there. Yeah. Help. Yes. And then he should say wait, and then like 5 seconds later, you'll say he'll give up and he'll go on without me. Yep. Actually, he goes back. He paths back to home, and he's done. So yeah, let me test where he puts me halfway through here, and then maybe gives up there. Now I give up. He should give up and return back to here in a second. And here he goes. Nice. Okay, cool. I'm happy. In fact, we use the test-driven development to make sure that it's working, and the script synchronization works perfectly. I love it. So this is fixing a bug. So fix a bug in aggro, and there is a little bit of duplication. So some refactoring I could do would be to try to combine this particular part of the AI script with the aggression script. They're different because one is an NPC attacking a player, and the other one's an NPC attacking a different NPC. So there's subtle differences I didn't account for in the original code. Fix bug in aggression AI scripts dealing with aggro list. If an NPC has no aggro list at all, do not attempt to index it when building an aggro. Do not attempt to index it. There you go. Enough said. Cool. Hey, I'm done with the plan for today. Maybe I should work on the next part of the pathfinding. So my idea was, if I set his aggro range back up to 5, he should not aggro on these slimes because he can't actually reach them in 5 steps. Right? He's aggroing these slimes even though he can't reach them because he's using Manhattan distance to search. So the change I wanted was to introduce another variation on pathfinding where instead of finding a path to a given goal, they would find all tiles he can reach within a certain distance, and then we would use this aggro range as the input to that. Basically tell me, give me all the positions within aggro range, and we would go through them and see if there are any enemies there, and if there are, we would aggro. So that means that there's two things. There's a scripting element, and then we also need to put the actual algorithm in place. So I already have the algorithm coded next to where I had it before from the original project before this one. Oh, crap. I'm messing with my tablet and I just messed something up. Oh well. That totally broke what I was doing. I can't get back out? The home button doesn't work? That was weird. Sorry, I'm just distracted by my tablet here. Dang it. There's a bug in the featured chat where I get stuck in a modal dialogue that I can't see. Okay, I'm back with the featured chat, connecting to the chat room. Not that we're using featured chat much today. Oh, well that's unfortunate. I can't scroll really easily. There we go. Fixed it. Okay, good. Hey there, Manez. And TS Jost, how are you two doing? Noticed that I've been off the grid around? Oh, you had been off the grid. You're at a camp in the forest and no Wi-Fi, and your phone is dumb. Oh no. Oh, okay. That sounds fun. So, did you miss being on the grid then? Are you getting the jitters? The internet jitters? Lack of internet jitters? Don't celebrate Halloween there, but you have 2. Yes, 2 similar holidays. That means double the candy. Aw. So, Manez, then you missed me doing boring Lua unit test stuff. So, now, we just finished doing it, so you don't have to see it. And hey there, TS Just. Halloween went okay. In fact, not only did it go okay, it went great. My kids loved it, and we had a friend of the family come over and help passing out the candy, so I was able to do other things and not just constantly wait for the doorbell to ring. So it was nice. How was your Halloween, TS Jost? Yeah, it was fun. Got to play a game with Ski Dog that is still in alpha, and it was really fun. It's kind of like a Ghosts versus Ghostbusters kind of game. Reminiscent of Gary's mod, where the ghosts can, what's the word? Possess. They can possess inanimate objects and move around. Stuff like that. It was fun. Hey there, Carbon21. How are you doing? We're getting a lot of people joining in right at 1 p.m. my time. This is like a repeating theme. It's like right around 3 hours into my stream, get a whole bunch of friendly new people coming in. Makes me think someone else's stream has ended, or it's just that time of the day where like people are coming home or something. Estonian holidays. Nice. Just tuned in, huh? You guys missed all of the boring Lua stuff. I just finished writing unit tests for all my Lua scripts. So every single Lua script I have now has a Lua test script. And they're long and boring, but the important thing is that, look, they all pass. Actually, why is that not listed? Why is that not being listed? I think I need to refresh. That should be listed, not unlisted. Now it's listed. And they all pass. So now whenever I work on my game scripts, I can do it with test-driven development. And we actually used it to fix a little bug that was causing all of the slimes to move too quickly. So actually, let me test that. I should no longer be completely obliterated by these slimes because they should have a shorter cooldown. Yeah, so they're attacking me at the correct rate now instead of every half second. So I should be able to... Oh, I can't get that because I'm at my maximum gold. Let me drop that gold. Yeah, the old gold stack I had a max of 100, and the new stack is to 1,000. Yeah, so now I can kick their butts, their slimy butts. Oh, I died. Respawn, I live again. Yes, with no death penalty no death tax applied, because I have that not included right now. Cool. So I just wiped the floor with all those slimes. I'm hoping that they respawn. Yeah, they respawn. So the spawning system is still working. Nice. So it was like paintball, but with mud, and actually paintball battles usually are outside with the mud, right? Shouldn't wipe the floor with slime, that'd make a mess. Well, not in my game. They cleanly die and they even give you gold pieces. Well, have a good night, Manis. I think you deserve the rest. I hope you had fun at camp. Welcome back home, I guess. Back to the internet. Paintball. Paintball. Got it. I don't know what I said, but yeah, I meant paintball. With the little pellets. Yeah. Whatever I said the wrong word. Okay, I have extra time today. I have like an hour left. I can start working on getting Bob to roam around here. So I need to change a few things about him. I need to set his wander range is fine, right? Where is it? Here. His wander range is 6 tiles, but I need to allow him to pursue things further. I need to make sure I understand that when he's pursuing an enemy, I want him to be able to pursue more than 6 tiles away. I want him to be able to go in there and basically kill everything in there. So let me look at that script again. NPC aggression? See ya, Manis. Thanks for stopping by. Aggro. There's aggro range, right? But then there's also tether. Oh, it's buttoned up inside a tether. Nice. Let me think about this. Yeah, this is a check that's done to see if we should continue to pursue. So it's range, whatever range is set for in the... Hold on. How come I can't get back to it now? NPC tether. Range. Context tether. So NPC aggression should have a tether included? hold on. Oh, here it is. When we're patrolling, the tether is our home position. Right. But what if we're not patrolling? Then it's the progress point, and okay, the range is still our home range. So whatever home range is set to. Thank you for that follow, by the way. What is his home range set to? 2. Okay, so that's pretty short. Let's set it pretty far away. I want him to be able to aggro things that come up right up to here. So how many squares away is that? 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Let's let him go down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, I should actually see where his home position is. 310. Right, so here, this is his home position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's let him go down to 6, so 16. We'll let him go that far and no further. So he'll be able to pursue enemies all the way down to here. Actually, why not let him go further? 17, 18, 19. Let's let him go 20 tiles before he gets tethered back. Yeah, why not? So home range would be 20. He'll still restrict his wandering, right? So let's test this. So I should be able to, like, if I place him way up here, for example, he won't snap back yet. But he also, what's he doing now? He's not moving. He is returning. He can't get back, though? Weird. Uh-oh. Is his tether script broken? No errors. Weird. He's not he's in the returning state, right? He's returning, but he can't get back from there? Okay, why not? Tether, right? The tether would be his home position, so that's not true. Oh, it's constantly flipping between these two. It's saying not returning, and then, oh, wait a minute, we're beyond our wander range, so I should be returning. I see. He's stuck. So I wonder if I should change this then. Or did I intend the tether range to be greater than the wander range? I mean, the other way around. The wander range to be greater than the tether range. The wander range should be less than the tether range to allow them to go and pursue an enemy a little bit away. But when they get outside that range, they should return to. Right. This should only be if that's true. Okay, there is a bug here in NPC tether. Let's fix it. So let me try to explain it. If they are not... hold on, let me think about this. Maybe I don't understand it again. Let me see if... let me walk through this. If they go beyond their normal wandering range, if we run this script at all, that means they're not... hold on. They're not attacking an enemy, right? Oh, this is bad. This is bad too. This should be tether range. That's the bug. The tether shouldn't care about the wander range at all. It should be looking at the tether range. If we're beyond tether range, then drop all aggro and return. If we're returning, if we're still beyond tether range, then try to pursue home. In fact, we can improve this to actually do a pathfind, right? If we're within tether range, we're stop returning. Yeah, this is wrong. Let's fix it. That should just be tether.range, not NPC wander range. What's this wander even set to? It's a different kind of wander too. It should be yeah. Let's not confuse it with the wander script, which is different. In fact, the wander script doesn't even really care. Really, I'm confusing tethering with wandering. The wander range should be tighter than the tether range. So like envision a guard dog near his dog house, right? Probably sticks around the doghouse and doesn't go very far. But if an enemy comes too close, that guard dog is going to leap out and lunge at that enemy up to the length of its tether, right? When the guard dog is wandering around, probably is not going to be like pulling on the tether constantly. It'll probably be within a shorter range. So that's what I intended for this wander range. So it has no place in the tethering. It's really the wandering around should do a check to see like if make sure the position we are testing is within the wander range. And if it is not, then don't try to move there. So there's really two bugs. Let me fix this one. If I don't fix this one, it'll basically the wander range will never be used, and he'll wander until he gets the end of his tether, and then he'll just jump back, constantly jump back. Oh, wait a minute, I'm remembering something. I know what it was. Like when we're returning, it's when we decide to stop returning. I think I wanted wander range in here. Basically, get within wander range when we're returning. So I had these flipped then. That's the problem. Start returning when we hit the end of the tether. Finish returning when we get to the within wander range. Yeah, I had them backwards. That's the problem. In fact, it really shouldn't be. We really shouldn't be looking at NPC at all. There should be within the tether. There should be two values: the max range and the min range, or something. We exceed the max, return to the min range. Something like that. Let's do this in pieces. So, test for tether. Right, this should be beyond tether range. Begin returning. Neither returning nor beyond tether range. So what's the tether range I set this to? Wander range is 5. Tether range, so these are backwards. That might be why I didn't see it in the testing. We can wander 3 squares away, and then we can extend to a range of 5 before we get snapped back. And then the normal wandering script should not exceed 3. It's just if we're pursuing an enemy, we can pursue them out to 5 squares and then give up. And then it should snap back to 3. That's how it should work. All right. So if our home is at 2-4, and 7-4 is 5 squares away, so that's not enough, right? Or is it when it's greater than, so 8. So that would be 6, which is 1 more than the tether range of 5. So it should... Oh, wait a minute, no. That's when it's neither. It's just within the tether range, right? Exactly 5. So this should be right beyond the boundary. Then it should returning. Okay. Not returning have aggro, but beyond wander range. Oh, I know I had 10 there because I was testing way beyond and just beyond. Okay, that's fine. Returning not yet close enough to home. So the not yet close to home would be if we're beyond wander range. So wander range is 3 from 2-4. So let's go to like 4. So that's like 6-4. If it was 5, then it would be just within range, right? So Oh, wait a minute. I messed that one up. It's this one, right? 5. Close to home would be 4. Because now that's a distance of 2, which is with... Actually, it would be 3. So 5 was correct. And that should be a 6. So that's the distance of 4, which is beyond the wander range. Got it. Okay. So it will still pursuing home. This one is we moved and we're no longer pursuing home. Okay, let's run it. I expect it to fail. Cool. It fails correctly. So it failed here because it's returning when it shouldn't. And here it is failing because it thinks it's close enough to home. Right. So the fix would be to flip these two. I'm not going to use wander either. That's misleading. Let me rename wander to distance from home. Or distance from anchor? Or tether? Distance from tether? Is it tether? What's... Let me get my words straight. What's a tether? It's the actual chain, so that's not what I want. I want what it's anchored to, right? Let's call it distance from... I guess we can just call it home, because I've been calling it home, right? Tether... No, let's give it a real name. Anchor. Pursue the anchor. If returning to the anchor, pursue the anchor until we get back into range. Distance... That should just be anchor, not tether. The word's different. I would need to look at everywhere that's used. Let me think about that. Yeah, I really don't want that. That should just be anchor, shouldn't it? Well, the part of that is the anchor. The coordinate part of it. There's also a range in there. Yeah, it should be like tether.anchor. Shouldn't it? Because we'll have tether.range, tether.anchor. That's what it should be. So we'll get to that. So it's if we get beyond wander range, then continue pursuing the anchor. If we get beyond tether range, start going towards the anchor. Fixed. Okay. So that probably synchronized immediately. Yep. So he should be returning, and he did. There we go. Adding a little random range to the tether so enemies can't be kited. Yeah, that's the intent of this tether, is that like an enemy would normally, how do I describe this? Like an enemy would normally wander around its area within 3 tiles, but if you got within aggro range, he would pursue you up to 5 away. So beyond the normal range he would wander, but then when he gets to that point, he'll turn around and go back home. And the going back home is pursue this home position until you're within 3 squares. So like snap back. I think in other games they move the anchor, so to speak, up to a certain point, or they extend the range up to a certain point if you continue to attack them. You like maybe it's the amount of aggro based, but ultimately you can't drag the monster all the way back to town anymore, right? Like you could in World of Warcraft. You used to be able to drag this enemy from the Blasted Lands all the way back to Stormwind and slaughter every player in town. So now they have enforced, you can pull them a certain distance away from their normal home area, but ultimately they'll stop pursuing you and they'll just run back. And while they're running back, you can't engage them. I left it in my game that you can continue to engage them. If you get in their way, they'll continue to attack you, because we found that while they're pursuing their home, they can't go through you. So you can effectively like just stop an NPC and there'd be no... Yeah, Terramus the Devourer. Yeah, there you go. think that was the name. We don't want players to stop NPCs from returning. So the NPCs, if they're pathing, they'll still attack anyone in their way. That's why I had in the aggression, the attack is first before the tether. Because if you get in the way, you'll get attacked. In fact, let me think about this. That's only if you're still in the aggro list. If you're not, do we still have the same problem? If you're no longer in the aggro list, he'll just get stuck. We might still have a problem with that. How would I test that? Get one of those slimes to follow me a certain distance and then break off. But I'd have to allow them to pursue me further. Was it aggro range where we controlled that? I think it's this limited thing. So that's pursuit. Right. There's a aggro range extension. What is that? 5 tiles? Okay. I hard-coded that? Alright, so if I aggro... Oh, I already closed the window. Let's open it again. I just kept it open. I'm not showing it on screen just in case it shows a token. Okay. So if I aggro one of these slimes... How come they're not attacking me? Do I have to attack him first? Okay, now he'll pursue me, right? Uh-oh, I broke it. He's not pursuing me. Why not? They're not aggroed on anyone. They're not wandering anymore. I broke it! What, Bob? Oh, he's aggroed a bunch of those slimes. Because I had put his aggro range back to 5. How come these ones aren't moving, though? Wander range 5. Their home position is where? Oh, their home position is pulled from some other place, right? I forget where. Where do we assign their position, their tether from? Shoot, I forget. There was like, oh, it was in here, right. I remember this. It was get spawn. So their class ID, this class, wander range 5, and their position of -7 by 7. So right here's their home. They'll wander 5 squares away. So why are they not wandering? No script errors. Next wander time, is that the problem? No, that's way in the past, right? No, let's remove it. See what it gets set to. Not being set. Oh, it's returning is set to true. Are all of them trying to return? No, he's not. This is really weird. Now it's set to false. Is it constantly cycling? Let me look at this. Oh, I'd have to look at it with another window. Okay, let's shell. Let's go to stage. Any one of these servers. tail-f game.journal. Oh, okay, there we go. They're flipping between returning and not returning. And then we just, yeah, it stops scrolling when the log gets cycled. Yeah, so they're flipping between. Their tether is broken. I've messed the tether up. Is it because the class thing is wrong? Wander range is 5. Oh yeah, the wander range is much further than the tether was in the class, right? So I messed up their variables. That's what it is. There's the class. Fetch the class. Edit the. Where's the range in here? I forget how this works. The tether is the spawn. The spawn is the range. Okay, it's the spawn range. Oh, 1. Okay, the tether's really short. Let's set it to like 10. And it does that every loop. So that's okay, they're wandering around. That's what it was. So their tether was set to 1, but their wander range was 5, so they're constantly getting pulled by the tether and then like, "Oh, no, we're home." Okay, so I fixed it. So now let me pull aggro. He should pursue me a distance away, right? Oh, Bob's going to deal with him. Maybe. Oh, what's he standing on him for? What are you guys doing? Are they stuck because they're on top of each other? Let's move Bob away. Go home, Bob. There we go. Oh, he's attacking me. Ah! Bob is trying to get to a different slime. I think that's what it is. Hey, Bob, I'm going to put you in prison for a second. There you go. Okay, yeah, he's pursuing me, and he should get to his tether range at some point. Oh, but it's Manhattan distance, so I have to go all the way up here. Okay, now he's returning. So if I get in his way, what does he do? Oh, he's trying to attack me again. Ah! I have to get in his way after he starts returning. Bob, you're in the way again. Go down there. Okay, now he's returning. So let me get in his way so he can't return home. And now, okay, yeah. So there's that bug still, where he's trying to return and I'm in his way. He should be attacking me, but he's not because I'm not in his aggro table. So, where was that again? We have to allow him to pull aggro even though he's returning, right? In fact, shouldn't I just have this one up front? I should do the pulling aggro very first thing, and then I could combine the attack stuff together. Yeah, let's try that. So I'll update this test. Okay. Oh, I'm debugging the wrong thing, right? I need act, not this one. This one was AI. Act. Okay. Okay, so kind of like this. You're being yoinked, but there's someone in your way, right? Well, let's just test one thing at a time. Let's say you're being yoinked back and then there's a player nearby. You should aggro them, right? Enemy NPC, tether is yoinking the NPC back to the home position. And there is an enemy within aggro range. Pursue the... Actually, what does it say tether? Because tether does the work, doesn't it? Yeah. but we should have tether, right? We should have tether return false. So there's two of these then. Okay, so if the tether pulls the NPC, do not attack the player, the enemy. The enemy pulls aggro. The enemy pulls aggro. It's not if. The tether pulls the NPC, so the NPC does not try to attack. And then we'll have a variant where it, so this should have aggro and pull aggro and then tether. And I should flip these two in a second. So pull aggro on the one in attack range, but tether is the only thing we do when we don't try to attack. So then the other test case would be enemy NPC tether is yoinking the NPC back to the home position, and there's an enemy within aggro range. The enemy pulls aggro. The tether does not pull the NPC, so the NPC tries to attack. Okay. So this would be a false. So there would be a pull aggro, and then it tries to do the tether, and then it should do an attack. Right? And then, okay, let's update these ones, because these need to be opposite. So, new player in range, able to attack them, put the... Right, so this is a different thing. Enemy NPC, no aggro yet, not being yoinked by the tether. Right, so tether is returning... Well, we don't have to say false, right? Wait. This is the same test case, isn't it? Only I reversed the things. Oh, interesting. So why am I not being attacked here? I should be attacked because that should be returning false, because he can't move. Interesting. What's the journal doing? Just launching particles everywhere. No one's moving. Okay, what the heck's going on with this guy? Returning true. I'm not pulling aggro though. Why not? Hold on. I don't even really need this attack, do I? Oh, wait a minute, no. Okay. I'm just getting so confused right now. I think it should be returning false, and so it should be doing aggro, including the attack, the attack attempt, but it's not doing that. So, okay, let me fix this up again. They're yoinking it back to, so return true. Yeah, let's remove this. And what let's just gonna do this stuff. What other differences were there here? Yeah, let's put this back. Let's put it back to the way it was. Oh, I had not checked that stuff in. Yeah, that was a fix to the tether, right? Okay, fix problem with NPC tethers. NPCs should, or tether should trigger only when NPC exceeds tether range. tether should deactivate. This should be activate. Should deactivate when NPC returns to wander range, not the other way around. Cool. Okay, we're back to, okay. Is this working or not? Okay, but we're not capturing what's happening in the real game. So let me see if I must be missing a test case. Enemy NPC, no aggro yet, but we are being tethered. No, we shouldn't be, well, this is a misnomer. It's if the tether returns false. Maybe there's a bug in tether. I see the problem. It doesn't check to see if we can pursue it. It just sets it to true. And then the next time through, it doesn't see if we failed to return. It should be returning false if we couldn't. Okay, so there's a bug here. If we're trying to return and we couldn't, we're blocked by something, we should return false. Because the tether didn't actually do something. Okay, so that's the problem. The tether has a bug. Okay. So then you have a test case here. Returning. Yeah, so I don't even have a test case here. Returning, not yet close to home, and unable to pursue home. So returning is true. That's our position is not yet close enough to home. We should expect false. If we set up this try position to return false, how do we do that? This actually doesn't return anything. Oh, that's the problem. That should return whether or not it... Does it return anything? Hold on. Maybe I'm not understanding how this works. Pursuit. It does return something, and we're not using the return value. Aha! So guide uses it. Tether does not use it. That's the bug. Okay, cool. This should check the return value, and we should be simulating a return value here. I bet we did that in this test here. Not this one. It would have been in the guide test. Yeah, right here. Return, pursuit, return. Actually, let me just make this exactly the same. Or should I? No. Let's just take this line and add it. Down here. What's right, pursue attempted should be. Yeah, let's just rename the variable. Whole word, I guess. And then paste. There we go. Turn off that thing. Okay. So down here, it should be, that's false. So we have to set this up then. Like pursuit return false. And actually, let me take the opportunity to fix this. I should be resetting the test before we run the test, not at the end of running it. Because I want to set a default for that variable that I just declared. I want to do that as part of reset test. There. Oh, I already did that. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, that should be true. Normally we will, or should I define it for every test? Let's do it for every test. So if pursuit is going to be taken, we'll say whether or not what we should return. So true, true, false. There we go. So I bet this will break it now, right? We're in tether test. Go. Broke it. Exactly. Okay. I'm glad I'm getting some use out of the unit test framework right away. That I can recreate the bug and now fix it, and then probably fix The fix will be that that slime kills me, basically. So this should be if we couldn't pursue, then return false, right? And, or should I just say return? Yeah, I should just say return that. Right? And then this should just have return true. Okay, so that should have killed me now. It didn't kill me. Why not? Is this not synchronizing still? Oh, we got an error. Probably see the error when I run the test, right? No. There's an error though. What's the error? Attempt to call a nil value global attack NPC at NPC attack at 73. NPC at... Wait a minute. NPC... Okay, NPC attack at... Line 73. I should have just gone to line 73. Attack NPCs not declared anywhere? Ooh. What happened? What? That function doesn't exist? Oh, you know what it is? It's George trying to kill it, I think. Is that the only script error? Yep. What happened there? How did I miss that? We mock it, but we don't have the real function anywhere. Did I... Oh, it's called NPC attack NPC. Shoot. So the fix is that it has to be called NPC attack NPC. And this shouldn't say function, it should just say that equals function. To overwrite the other one. Now that should break the unit test correctly. Yep, there you go. There's the script error, right? And then the fix is that this should say NPC attack NPC. And now I hear mayhem. Yep, Bob killed it. Now he's going and killing everything else. Mayhem is ensuing. Oh, that's funny. He's killing them all. Ruthless. And now what is he doing? Is he gloating on his wins? He's just patrolling. Wait a minute, why is he patrolling so far from home? Oh, because he hasn't reached the end of his tether yet. I should have something in there where if you're beyond wander range, even, yeah, the tether should yank you back if you have nothing to fight anymore, right? Yeah, well, that's a different problem. I want to know why that slime... Oh, the slime did kill me. I'm dead. The slime killed me. So I think we fixed that. But to verify, I need to imprison Bob for a moment. Let's just draw a rock around him. He'll probably be fine wandering around there, but just to make sure, let us enclose him in mountains. There, he can't get out now. And I need some slimes to appear now. Any day now, slimes. Now they're not going to spawn. Great. It's all random number generated. What is the chance of them spawning? I'd have to remember what their class ID was. And I could find it out by looking in this entity. Fetch. Edit. 9856. And it's only a 5% chance, that's why. Actually, I can just edit that. Let's make it very likely for them to spawn. And we should see them start to spawn. Hey there, Red Sky 1. If they don't spawn, then I'm going to be kind of worried, but something might be broken. Okay, why are the slimes not spawning? Oh, no, there's one. Why did he spawn way the heck up there? Oh, because the range is set. The home range is set so wide. I have one variable and I'm using it for two things, right? The spawn range I widened quite a bit. Yeah, let's get that class ID. Let's change their... Yeah, spawn range 10. Spawn range is being used for their tether. That's not what I want. I really should have another variable called tether range, right? Yeah, I want the spawn range to be tightly controlled. I want them to spawn in one area, but I want their tether to be 10. Okay, anyway, I'll fix that later. Really, I wanted to test, yeah, see, now we have slimes that are going to be a problem. Actually, they shouldn't be that big a problem. I can just move these guys over here. Whoops. Go over there. Oh, now I'm being attacked. Oh, quick. Yeah, so I want to drag him to where he's going to start returning home, and I want to get in his way. The test would be that even though he's trying to return home, if I get in his way and block him, he'll attack me. Because I'm in his way. Yep, that's what's happening. But if I get... Right, so now he's not gonna... Oh, he's back to pursuing me because I got too close. But if he's going home and I'm next to him, he shouldn't attack me because he'll have dropped aggro. So beyond range, now he won't attack me even though I'm like standing right next to him. Right, until he gets home. Unless I get in his way. And now he's attacking me again. Okay, good. So that bug is fixed, and I'm gonna die. That's fine. Let's move the slime over here so we won't... Oops, I'm moving mountains. I don't know what I'm doing. Move that one. Oh, the camera was shifted. That's what's going on. Wait a minute, what? Did I put two mountains on top of each other? I think the date is inconsistent here. No? I must have two ground tiles on top of each other somewhere. Oh, there it is. No, that's my camera. Never mind. What happened to the extra mountain there, and why is there a hole in the ground? Where did the extra mountain go? Maybe I deleted it by accident. Oh well, let's paint a new one. There we go. Alright. Respawn, please. I'm alive again. And let's let Bob get out of there. Okay. So we're going to check that. That was a tether bug I fixed. Let's check it in. And there's that other bug too. Either one. So here's the bug. We should have been using the return value of that. If we don't, then enemies returning due to being exceeding tether range won't get home, and then they'll... So it basically allows them to attack things that get in their way. And there's the change in the test to match that. Okay. Fix problem, NPCs getting stuck returning home. Okay, so if a player gets in the way of an NPC returning home, the NPC would not try. Well, basically what would happen is the player would not pull aggro, so the NPC would never attack the player. Fix this by allowing the NPC to pull, aggro, and attack if the tether, it's specifically this NPC pursuit try position function returns false, meaning the attempt to pursue the home position failed. That's the bug fix. Okay, now this one. This was just that it was named wrong, and the test obscured it by mocking the wrong function name. So fix incorrectly named function. Yeah, that's fine. All right, push that. How much time do I have left? I have like 10 minutes. So, how did I die again? Oh, the slime got out of his pen. Probably. Yeah. They're wandering. I'm allowing them to wander too far, but they're also spawning too far away because of that. So you go down there. And I'm allowing them to wander how far again? Let's look at what their class ID is. I need to make better tools for this. In their class, there is a... Right, they only wander 5 squares, but they can spawn 10 squares away, and that's effectively their tether. And their origin is -7, down here, right here. So they can go up to 10 Manhattan squares away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which makes sense because that's where these slimes get to if they chase me up here. That's where they stop, right? Let me verify that. So, hey slime, follow me. Over here. He actually gets 1 square further away. Oh, because he's pursuing me, and then yoink, he's beyond range, so he goes back to base. Okay. So that means they can get around this corner. I should reduce the wander range. Because it's Manhattan distance right now, it should be no more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So not 10, but 8. So let's go to the class and set the spawn range to 8. I think that what I want to do is I want to separate the spawn range from the tether range. Right? So that would be get spawn is used to build the tether, right? I mean, that looks kind of weird anyway. It shouldn't be doing get spawn. It should be using get spawn to find the home position, and it should be using the NPC's tether range for everything else, right? Shouldn't the NPC have a tether range built into it? How does the friendly NPC work? How does Bob work? Oh, he's got a home built into it, and the range is the tether range. Okay. So I wonder if I could just build that into this class somehow. I should just make it explicit. I should have something called tether range. So spawn range is used by the spawning thing. So yeah, get spawn is probably mislabeled. Let's rename get spawn to get tether. Yeah, let's do that. Rename it to get tether. Specifically, it's get NPC tether, right? And then there should be a test for that. Utility, here it is. All right, okay. So let's modify the test, because we're doing test-driven development, right? Let's make sure everything passes right now. Okay, and yeah, so we don't want the spawn range to be used. We want the tether range to be used, right? tether range. And it fails, and then let's go fix the code. So it's in utilities, apparently. Right here. Tether range. There we go. And that should fix the test. And that will have broken everything when I just saved it. Because these guys don't have a tether range. So they probably are now stuck until I update their class to add a tether range. So let's do that. New key, tether range. Let's set it to 10. And we'll set the spawn range limited to 2, like I wanted it. There we go. So now they should be able to spawn with there and wander up to 8 squares away. No, they'll wander 5 squares away, but if I provoke them, they'll pursue me up to 8 squares away. Let's see if that happens the way I think it will. Yep. And they should follow me up to 8 squares away and then return. Oh, I shouldn't have led them over that bend. Okay. They went too far. Oh, and now they're pursuing me again. I think there's 2 of them on top of each other right there. That's too far. Hey, you guys. You can go back over here. Is he trying to return? What's he doing? Not returning. Oh, right. If I, oh, he's within, yeah, his spawn range is 5, so he's within 5 squares of here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I, like, set him there, and he starts returning, and then I put him up here, he'll continue to return until he gets down to here, right? Oh, is he stuck? No, he's returning. There he goes. Okay, cool. Right. When he got from here to here, he's obstructed, so it allows him to do other actions, and one of those actions is wander. So he eventually wanders over here and then gets around the corner. That's actually a good thing. All right. I wanted to make sure they couldn't get this far, but they were able to. Why is that? Oh, it's 10. That shouldn't be 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, let's set it to 8. I don't want them to go around this bend. 8. Okay, let's test that. Hey, slimes. Chase me. Ah! Almost killed me. And snap back. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, they're going down instead of to the left. Okay, let's make it 7. Alternately, I can just make a water tile there. That might be better. Let's do that. Water tile. Okay. I'm gonna get killed if I provoke them again. Let's just go after that guy. Oh, he's chasing me. Ah! And he should go back. There he goes. And he should continue until he gets within 5 squares of here, which he did. And now he's wandering. And he can wander up to the tether range, so he can go all the way back here, and then they'll snap back. Cool. I like it. Let's check that in. I did some renaming, but I also did a fix. Let's put the fix in first. This is the fix. Oh, and I updated the class. I have a record of that in the production server, right? Let's keep that up to date. Monsters, right? Right, these guys. Right, so... allow them to wander, but how far? Maybe only like 5 squares away, but then they could tether up to 15. Seems kind of far. Orc. What to set for his tether range. Maybe... Well, I need to look at the production server. In... Hold on. The sewers. In the jungle, in the sewers. They spawn where? Oh, I didn't record that there. I recorded that in Zone's cavern. No, sewers. 16161. I don't have that checked in. I ought to check that in too. It's actually probably this one. Orc, yeah, okay. It's the position I cared about. 23-1. So right here, here's their origin. How far away do I want them to tether? I kind of want them to go out all the way out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, 8's probably good enough right now. But not wander that far. Maybe only wander 4 or 4. Okay, ogre. Tether range. Let's make them not wander that far, but if you provoke them, they'll chase you all the way out of their area. Okay, cool. So I'm not going to push this to production yet, but when I'm ready, I'll need to update the classes to have this information in them. I should think about like storing... When I store this information about the zones, I'm not storing the NPC classes' positions. I'm only storing their NPC class component. I'm missing the positions, the spawn points, right now. I have to think about how to encode that better. Yeah, we want to avoid this where they wander all the way out. These ogres should be like over here, and yeah, they got in each other's way there. These guys should stick around over here, like that. These were meant to be like if you go deep into this cavern and then you provoke them, they'll chase you all the way out here or kill you first, more likely. These guys are supposed to wander up here, but maybe aggro all the way out to here, or in here if you really got daring. Yeah, like the slime shouldn't wander that far, but he might chase you that far. Eh, go fight with George. I'm sure you'll win one day. Go fight George. Keeping George active here. Get it. Kill it. Okay. All right. Back to here. There's Bob wandering around because I let him wander. You are wandering around, right, Bob? You're not trying to get back? Yeah, he's patrolling. Yeah. His home is within 20 squares, so he can go quite far. Do I want him to go that far, though? The test was that I wanted to allow him to go all the way around here and fight these guys if he wanted to. Yeah, if I have him aggro right now, he'll stick there, right? Yeah, so he just aggroed 4 slimes, so he's going to be stuck standing there for a while. Eventually I want to get to working on the pathfinding stuff. Maybe I do that next, although I'm kind of running out of time. I think I'll just save it from next week. Yeah, I think so. Oh no, that slime wandered up, and now it snapped back. I can see it kind of working. All right, I'm going to call it here. So, Let me check this in. I forgot to check this stuff in. This is just renaming the function, right? Yeah. So rename get spawn to get NPC tether. And this is to add a tether range. Add tether range to production NPCs. I'm not going to push that to production, but it's going to be there for when I do. And oh, we were getting script errors for a while, and then I fixed them. No, wait, there's script errors after I. So there's a script error I didn't see. Shoot. What was the script error? Oh, did I just close the window? I did. Why did I do that? Oh, what are you supposed to script errors were? Let's provoke the slime some and see if we get script errors. Pursue me. Get all the way out here and snap back. Go back. Any script errors? I wonder if we were getting them while... no. If I was getting them while I was changing it, we would see at the end, we would have seen a script updated. So these are errors that happened after the last update. So that's weird. Oh, I wonder if I had updated it to add tether range, and this is the time it took me to add tether range to the slime. About 20-something seconds. Okay, that's maybe it. So if they don't have a tether range set, it was probably giving me an error. Let me test that as let me just make sure. Their class again is what? This. Fetch it. Let me remove tether range for a second. Submit. Now do we get errors? Yep, that's what it is. So we're getting errors if there's no tether range, which is fine. I mean, they should have a tether range. They just don't have it right now. Edit it, add it back. 8. Add, submit. No more script errors, right? Cool. All right, that's what it was. I'm not going to worry about it then. And let me just look at the game. So we're just having them, they're randomly wandering around right now. Actually, how come we're not seeing any particle effects? Oh, no, we are. It's in there. It's just mixed in there. I don't see it. Cool. Okay, so we have slimes wandering around, particles happening from over there. Everything's back to normal. I'm going to call it here. Log out there, and I'll wish you guys an awesome weekend. I'll be back on Monday, probably to work on the script to allow to enhance NPC aggro so that it actually uses path cost and not Manhattan distance for deciding whether or not to pull aggro. Also, I need to start using the pathfinding when they for the tether, because otherwise, like, you can envision a slime going all the way around here and then reaching the end of the tether and then going down here and saying, I can't get back home, where it should path around here to get home. So those two things I'll probably do when I come back on Monday. 1 week left. Earn an additional 50% on every midstream ad break you run. I don't want to run ads. I'm not going to run ads on my stream. At least not right now. I'm pretty sure most of my viewers don't want to see ads. So if I were to start running ads, it would just kind of tick you off, right? You'd be like, he's running an ad? Ugh. I'm just looking to see who we could raid. Different people. You just came back. I'm at the end of my stream, Nui. You missed it. I get everything working though. I'm gonna work on the pathfinding for aggro on Monday, I think. Kind of undecided who to raid. How about Zeratar? I'm watching an ad. Okay, as long as okay, he's 5.5 hours in. He might be near the end of his stream. He might not be the best person to raid if he's super tired and ending his stream soon. Or he might be doing a 24-hour stream. Who knows? Yeah, we'll raid him. If he ends up ending his stream and raiding someone else, that'll be fine, right? So Zeratar's working on optimizing the database for his game. It's called Ravenfall. It's a Twitch integrated idle game, so you use chat commands to have your avatar join his game and train things and fight and all that kind of thing. So it's a little bit interactive with his stream. So he's not running the game right now. He's working on database stuff, but he's a cool guy. You'll enjoy him. Hitting the button, all right. I hope you guys again have a great weekend, and I hope to see you on Monday. Okay, take care. Bye.